Okay, sir.
Good day, everyone. Today is July 27, 2013. My name is Deepa from the second, your moderator, and this is Liberia Destiny Debaters at all, seeking Liberia's destiny through savoured public political discourses in its totality, free of threats and personal attacks. Our guest tonight, joining us from Liberia, is Honorable Louis Brown, Minister of Information, Culture and Tourism Affairs. Honorable Brown, it is a pleasure to have you on again.
Thank you. Thank you for having me again. I believe this is my second time on your program, and I want to thank you and thank your audience for participating. I am Louis Brown, Minister of Information, Culture, Affairs, and Tourism. I guess I've been on the job for about a year or two now. And it's an exciting time in our country. I hope that all of us, and I want to wish all Liberians everywhere happy independence. On yesterday, I believe in our own places and the way we know how we celebrated 166th independence of our common country. I wish all of us the best.
Wish you the same, Mr. Brown, and wish our country the best of all. But, Minister Brown, before we take our question, again, it's a pleasure to have you on. My name is Deepa Famot, the moderator of Liberia Destiny Debaters. Liberia is now 166 years old, and many are saying that the country is preparing to change for change. So, where do you think we stand for now? Because there are many people who are roaming the street of Monrovia or Liberia with no job. So where do you see this country? Have the change come, or are we still searching for change?
Change is, especially big change, such as the one we are undertaking in the country, is not an overnight business. It's not an event. It is an ongoing process. You know that we are 166 years old. I'm always reminded by this Ghanaian journalist who visited Liberia just during the outbreak of the Civil War, the early years of the outbreak of the Civil War. And he said Liberia reminded him of a country that went to sleep immediately after independence. Because for many of them, when they heard the name Liberia in their places, in their own country, they imagined we were blessed here with skyscrapers, with paved roads, with hospitals, with clinics, within reach of everybody else. But that, has never been the case. So what has happened now? We had a protracted period of conflict. Some have argued that the heightened period of our conflict was for 15 years. Some have even said that for 30 years we have been at conflict with ourselves. And so what has happened now with the country in total collapse and a rebuilding process is well advanced, well on the way. And yes, the country, we have had, all of us, not just the government, to re-examine the development of the country from scratch It's like we gained independence, although we're 166 years old, but it's really like we gained independence in 2006, if you will, and started to rebuild not just the country, but lives of people. Give them hope again in whether it be a new rule of law system, new sense of freedom, infrastructure. This work ongoing with building energy. I just saw a report from the Ministry of Health that in 2006, the number of people that had access to medical facility within 5 kilometers, meaning 1 hour of walk. Those of us who grew up in this country know what it means to do 1 hour of walk. The people that have access within that 5 kilometers, but just so low by 2006. The number of people that have access now within that same 5 kilometers has multiplied almost tenfold. So these are the kinds of progress that we need. What has happened now is that we've identified power as the biggest constraint to expansion of the economy. And that is why, even through the national budget, even through all of our requests for international assistance, we're continuing to work. And I tell you what the remarkable story in that regard. You know, we're part of a West African power pool because we're trying to tap into every source of energy to get energy, not just to restore energy to places that used to have power, but even to places that power never ever existed. So as I speak to you, 4 days ago, they began the testing of power that flowed from La Côte d'Ivoire, part of the West African Power Pool Network. It's called a CLSG project. C for Côte d'Ivoire, L for Liberia, S for Sierra Leone, and G for Guinea. It flows through Nimba, coming from La Côte d'Ivoire, into Liberia, then on to Guinea and Sierra Leone. But what we're doing, the corridor that we're using now, provides power, and as I speak to you, it is now being tested. Street lights are flowing from the border, coming into Nimba, and onto Yekepa. That connects Guinea that way. It's coming back to connect Ganta as well. And then it's going to go into Buchanan and come back into Sierra Leone along the Cape Mount corridor. So what is being tested right now is you have street lights going up in Nimba, villages and towns that never saw power ever. It's going to extend into Maryland and the River G corridor. And by the end of this August, it will be fully operational in Nimba. By the end of December, it would have been extended to Maryland. What we believe is if we can connect our villages and towns with power, not only will it lift opportunities for businesses, for people in those areas, but it will lift up their lives. Because now schools will have opportunity for doing classes at night. They will have opportunity for improved technology. Meaning, you can put a computer there now. With power, they can have access to the world. And all of these are opportunities that will lift up Liberians from this slumber we found ourselves in for more than 160 years.
Thank you, Minister Louis Brown, Minister of Information, Culture, and Tourism Affairs. Honorable Brown, we're going to take our first call. The first call is going to come from caller. It's going to be caller 6727. Your name and where you're calling from.
Oh, yeah, my name is Aaron Kennedy, and I want to thank you, Mr. Minister, for always answering our call when we call you to come and speak. We really appreciate that. But I've been watching with interest.
Pleasure. Thank you.
Yeah, I've been watching with interest what's going on between the 3 branches of government. The altercation between TJ and I think Matthew Zaza, and the TJ were carried before their house and jail. And then we were wondering about what are the House of Representatives did not overstep its limit, because I don't know whether they have the enforcing power. I don't know whether if it is a precedent like it happened to you yourself, whether you could be also jailed, similar like TJ. What has the president said about this? Or is it legal?
Well, that's a very good question. It is one over which all of us are pondering, including members of the legislature themselves and the executive. And now we're hoping that the judiciary can assist us to throw light on this matter. Because, you see, the interpretation of the Constitution is the province of the judicial branch of government. So, one of the things that we're trying to change in the country is to enable the various branches to think creatively and independently. Now, the truth is, the way our system is structured, this Republican tripod government, Republican by the way means representative form of government, the various branches exercise the powers of each other in that coordinating duty. That is true. The courts tend to make laws in their interpretation process. Courts can, for instance, make a law by the interpretation they give to existing law. So they call them court-based law. And by doing that, they are exercising functions reserved for the legislative branch as well. Then the executive itself can exercise legislative function because the executive branch can often issue decrees, which are law with temporary life. But they are laws notwithstanding to the extent that they exist in that temporary life. The point I'm trying to, then the legislative branch itself can exercise from time to time these quasi functions of it. That is the nature of the tripod government we have. But the Constitution is clear that the functions must be separate. Now, if we can coordinate and yet be separate, it takes a bit of savvy and deep understanding to appreciate when can we be separate and when can we exercise each other function in terms of that coordination. So if care is not taken, one group will try to overstep the other. In time past, it used to be the executive extending too much into the other branches, and that was the basis for some of our conflict. Now, strangely, we have a case where the claim is that other branches are overstepping into the executive. It's a new phenomenon that we are grappling with, we are trying to think through. Having said all of this, as part of this reform process means we need to get our best minds to sit down and figure some of these things out so that we start to stop it in advance. Now, the charge, we ought to be careful because somebody made reference to Article, I think it's 44, that says the legislature has contempt powers. That is true. But the very end of that article, and I'm not quoting it verbatim, says, in effect, I'm paraphrasing here, that if a matter is raised between a member of the legislature and a non-member that is cognizable before the court, then a matter must be heard before the court. You cannot take a controversy that may exist between a non-member of the legislature and a member of the legislature and take it to the legislature under the color of contempt. That is not what the contempt was intended to be. The second thing is we ought to be careful that what if this matter is permitted to continue as is? And like you said, you're right. Suppose I get called tomorrow and I'm held in contempt and I'm just sent to jail. There has to be a level of mutual respect that will be between various officers of various branches of the government, to the extent that I, as Minister of Information, needs to always know that even though I was nominated by the president and confirmed, my final appointment came from the president. And so I work within the executive branch of the government, and the Constitution is clear. I think it's Article 15 that says the head of the government shall be the president. If executive officers start to now worry about whether or not the president is their boss, because suddenly they can be picked up and charged for contempt and sent to jail, then if a matter comes directly to me as minister that says, do this, or it becomes contempt, and the president says, no, don't do it, I can't be second-guessing who my boss is. That's another problem. But the third problem that we have to also try to find out is simply this. Contempt is a charge. It is a charge. Like driving under the influence or whatever. You must be provided hearing. No one must, our law says, must be deprived of life, liberty, or the pursuit of happiness except by a hearing judgment consistent with due process of law. Now, if the legislature intends to sit as a court, then it means the person that has been accused must have a sense that court is fair in hearing them. The due process of law is not simply what you say, we charge you with contempt. What you say? Then I say, okay, you're guilty. We're finished. We have had due process of. That's not what it was intended to be. Due process of law accuses. You confront your accusers. You put up a defense, a reasonable defense. So due process of law is not just the appearance of a lawyer along with the accused. It is the ability of the accused to mount a reasonable defense. The last thing I want to say, and all of this is a learning process. The last thing I want to say is, look, legislators do work through committees. Now, if the committee writes Louis Brown and say you are stalling the function, if the committee writes me for a report, I don't give it, for instance, and they say you are stalling the work of the legislature, the committee can proceed. Show cause why you should not be held in contempt. I reply, I'm presented before the committee to show that cause. If the committee still thinks I am susceptible of being charged, it is okay to charge me with legislative contempt. Then the rest is the committee that become my accusers before. Then we set a date, bring your lawyer, and I appear before full plenary. Then the rest of the plenary sit as a judge. That committee is the one that bringing me forward in accusation. Then I answer to that committee in front of the rest of the plenary. When we're finished, that committee, they don't vote. They leave with me. And then the rest of them take in judgment and say, look, we think this man has violated this man. But I've had a chance to confront my accuser. I've had the opportunity to provide evidence. Suppose I get in front of everybody and say, look, your distinguished members of the legislature, the committee is accusing me of contempt, but here are evidence that I, in fact, wrote them. I made this information available. Then they will vote and say, no. And sometimes we'll get into the point where we'll overuse these powers, and then they will lose their relevance. But again, the country is in a learning process. A lot of reforms are taking place. There is an overriding sense of trying to make sure all of us want to see a strong, independent legislature. And so perhaps in that enthusiasm, sometimes we get carried away, but I believe that we will find the strength to correct it and maybe get the courts to intervene.
Thank you to Honorable Minister Louis Brown, Minister of Information, Culture and Tourism. Minister Brown, the next question. Before we take that question, let's go back to Carter to see whether he has a recommendation to make to Minister Brown on the issue of contempt by the Liberian Senate.
Yeah, I want to find out whether the president has said anything about it, or whether TJ is still in jail, or.
No, in fact, I saw the minister today. No, he's not. No, he's not. He's not in jail as we speak. I think he served the term. He's not in jail as we speak. But again, the way to solve this problem, these problems need to be resolved. Because sometimes you hear people saying, I listened to radio one night, they were discussing this on a popular program with Fabric Radio. And somebody was saying, well, they did it before, and they did it to the other person, they did it to the other person, so they need to continue. But doing the wrong thing often doesn't necessarily make it right. Just repeating the wrong thing is really that, repeating the wrong thing. So, but, look, you have to preserve the institution, which is the legislature. That we are all on a duty as Liberians to preserve. And the way to correct is probably a matter that is being considered now. Go to the court and let the court give a ruling. Because what I just explained may sound sensible to you, but that may not be the popular view. Somebody legislator might disagree that, no, that's not the way we're going to. But if, for instance, a ruling came from the Supreme Court, then it establishes clearly what we need to do and how we need to proceed under these matters. And I believe that we have a very strong court that will look into this matter and give us some clarity.
Correct. Do you have a recommendation for the minister before we take the next one?
Oh, no, I mean, that's fine. He said it well.
Okay, thank you for being part of the show. Our next call is going to come from Minister Brown. Our next call will come from caller 2582. Your name and where you calling from?
Yes, hi. My name is Jacamo Ricks. I'm calling from the D.C., Maryland area. The Honorable Minister,
it is a pleasure to have you on.
Yeah,
it is a pleasure to have you
on.
Okay,
sir.
Oh, thank you, sir. Yes, I will start with a comment and then go into my question. We have turned 166 years old, and we talk about independence. But if you really look at it, we are free, when you look at it from a global perspective, that we got independence. But when it comes down to the institutions, we are not. What am I trying to say? Let's take, for instance, corruption. Corruption is a major enemy in Liberia. Do you think we are really free in that area as we celebrate 166? And another thing, the next question has to do with NACO. And I was reading from Front Page Africa. That's my source. And it said NACO generated 147 million. And they used 145 million. I mean, you went to school.
145. They used 147.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know your background, whether it's management, but I believe those days were all political science, LU guys and whatnot. But we see in America, when you hire a CEO, you pay this guy millions for his brilliant idea, how well he directed the vision of the company and all of that. And the goal here is to maximize profit for shareholders. So if we hire a CEO and pay him all this tons of money, I mean, if I sit on the board and you bring in $147 million, use 145, I fire you. Okay? Because it doesn't make sense. How can we generate all this money and this guy only give the country $2 million? It's a shame. It's a shame. So, as information minister, do you think we got independence in that area? Or are we going to go?
Let me deal with the two questions. Excellent questions. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. And continue to remain engaged, because I can tell this to you. 99%, no, that's not fair. A lot of times when you hear these or you read these reports, and we follow it as well, and then we read all the comments that just follow, and sometimes as soon as you read it, it's as if we wish the worst to happen to ourselves. Look, take for instance the 13 million. It was reported again with an eye as if the 13 million was stolen. Suddenly you found out that was not the case. Even from the EU, they have received a report. It was budget support. Some of the things you hear, there's corruption. We're not saying we don't have corruption problem. There's no way corruption will be eradicated from Liberia because it is systemic. It's not going to happen 1 term, 2 terms, 3 terms. But what we must be determined to do is to not make it a way of life. All of us will be resolute that if we find it anywhere, we must be brave enough to expose it. We must machine, and we must fight it. It's a fight that we have to do. Now, it's as if people were celebrating a status, calling your country the most corrupt country on planet Earth. That's not a status to boast of. The TI, Transparency International, did a report. They interviewed 1,028 persons, and you can go to their website. 1,028 persons. The group that did the interview, we don't know them. We don't know whether they just talk to people in Monrovia, whether they talk to people geographically across the entire country. But out of the 1,028, they said 75% of that number, now you can do the math, said that in the last 1 year they bribe. The people they bribe the most are police people in the street. What is also strange about that report? The report was contested by Sierra Leone, by Ghana. Sierra Leone had 84% that said they offered bribe in the last year. Liberians who are allegedly interviewed, because you know there's all kinds of tricks there, but we don't want to doubt it. Liberians who were interviewed, 75% of the 1,028, whether that figure was representative enough to arrive at that conclusion, we still don't know. But they said they offered bribe in the last year. 90% of them said they bribe police people in the street. Yes, what is interesting about this? 7 of the 9 countries that claim that they offer bribe, of the highest countries that claim they offer bribe, are all sub-Saharan African countries. Then I said something about that. I said, this is very interesting. When you are in a taxi in Liberia and the policemen stop you, our people are still getting used to street lights that we put up. I tell you what, the taxi driver stop right under the street light to put passenger down and pick passenger up. When the policeman comes to you and say, what's going on here? And in court, everybody in the car who claim they are rushing, hey, man, get a policeman something, man. Do they feel they are bribing? Or do they feel it's a way of life? It's a culture that we have as sub-Saharan Africans to give. To give to those who we believe are working and may not be getting enough in terms of remuneration. So what has happened? When this government came to power, Silver 7 was making 15, the equivalent of 15. It was $850 Liberian dollars a time. $15 US per month. The first thing you do when you say you honestly want to fight corruption, you got to remove these vulnerabilities. Nobody making $15 who is your tax collector will not see some. When the deputy director of police said, look, police salary low, that's why these people are susceptible, everybody jump on her. Fire her. She said the police have a right to take bribe. No. The truth is, if people are making $15, more than likely, they have to survive. More than likely, they will be dishonest. So what has happened is, the least civil servant in our country today make $125. Is that enough? Certainly not. Certainly not. Should we do more? Yes. People should make higher. People should make $200, $300 to compensate for the cost of living. But we can only give as much as we are able to generate. We're ambitious in the last budget. We said we could probably raise $670 million. The budget of your country, people, is the budget of some of the schools in the university in America. Not even some of the universities, some of the elementary and high schools in America. That's their budget. That's what the country is trying to pick up on. At the same time, we have to build clinics. We have to build hospitals. When the government came to power, 8 counties did not have a Liberian medical doctor. 3 counties did not have hospitals. For the 1% of the people who had access to a hospital within 5 kilometers, only 41% had that access within 5 kilometers. 1 hour of mere walking. And you know what I'm talking about when I say 1 hour walk. You can't be sick. If you sick, they will do that one in 2 hours to get you there. The first thing you need to continue to do. Some of the wars that happen in other countries like Côte d'Ivoire and other places, the recovery is much faster. It's why they didn't destroy extensively as we destroy our own infrastructure. Take electricity. We are running now on high-speed diesel generators. It is so costly that for somebody to be able to get power, they need to pay 54 cents per kilowatt hour. How can Liberians How can we talk about manufacturing? How can we talk about increasing opportunity for job creation? How can we talk about Liberian, that woman who's doing a beauty salon? How can she afford that kind of electric bill if she would pay 54 cents per kilo, the highest in the world per kilowatt hour? We must bring it down to between 7 and 10 cents. The only way we got to do it is to put in our hydro back on and explore opportunities that give us cheap power from everywhere that we can probably get it from. So, yes, we need to continue to fight corruption. Take, for instance, the LEITI situation. Another thing you heard is, oh, the country too corrupt. Every year, under the LEITI, which is a government watchdog group, every year, the government hires private contractors, accountants, to access the process by which we are awarding contracts. We now put in place the PPCC, and it is the toughest PPCC law ever. We don't even have the capacity to fully enforce the law. I'm minister. I'm still trying to learn all the PPCC law. What is required? What are we supposed to do? I can no longer just call a friend or a Lebanese man and say, my man, no, supply the ministry stationery. No, I got to put it on a public bidding. I got to announce it for almost 6 weeks in three big newspapers, and I got to put it on the internet. So even you, a Liberian in the diaspora, can bid for it and compete for it. And if you give me the best quality for the data, I have to accept, or else PPCC will not permit me to do it. They will not let me sign a private contract with even my best friend unless I put it up for bidding and my best friend offers, and even if that person is my best friend, I must disclose fully. Imagine doing that thing in Liberia right now. Some of our friends getting very, oh, my man, you minister, my man, my little contract, I can't approve contract anymore. PPCC got to see the trail. The decision cannot be mine alone. It got to be an audit committee, a procurement committee decision. Yes, as minister, I heard the procurement committee of the Ministry of Information. But it comprises right now we have what they call the National Secretariat of the Internal Auditors. They don't just report to me. They report to a National Secretariat that is independent, whose board is chaired by the Minister of Finance. What it means simply is that my own voucher, I cannot approve a voucher for anybody again unless that internal secretariat looks at it. And if it is for a payment, that payment has to be accompanied by a contract. That contract cannot be approved unless PPCC has reviewed it and given an okay. So I can't even buy a car if I wanted to. Unless it was up for public bidding, I put it on the internet, I put it in 3 big newspapers for 6 weeks. And you, wherever you are, can read it on the internet and say, I can provide this service for cheaper amount. These are the kind of systems that we are putting in place, and they're beginning to work. But you have to see, guys, we're talking about a fast-track court on corruption. Sometimes people say, but what happened to all the other reports? Why are we all not prosecuting everybody? I tell you what we found out. And this one you can ask the people I will need. One of the things we found out, many of the audits done previously were done in a haphazard manner. You went to the Justice Ministry. The Justice Ministry cannot use the audit because they're not evidence-based. No working paper. Now, I'm an accountant. All right? You must have working paper that the ministry will use to prosecute. Some of the audits, we can't go to court with it. The people will just walk out of the court, and then we will look like we wasted taxpayers' money. I tell you this for a fact. And if you want, we can put some of the audits on the internet so you can look at it. They don't have the basis for standing the daylight in a court process. The people will just laugh at the government and walk away from it, as some people began to do. So we're saying, look, the ones that we're able to take to court that are evidence-based, that we can take to court and probably get a conviction, let's do it. We're asking the legislature and the current judiciary, let's fast-track the corruption cases, get a separate court that deals only with it. So when we accuse somebody, the person has a right also to a quick hearing. Then we have whistle blowing as well. If you blow whistle on Louis Brown, that I'm doing something in my ministry, the person you blow the whistle to will never disclose, is under obligation to never disclose your identity. If it is money and that money is recovered, you get 10% of the money that is recovered. I think 10 to 15% of the money that is recovered. All kinds of measures. The budget is the most discussed government instrument everywhere. But more than that, now by text message, you can know what money is given to who and how they spend it. Because on a quarterly basis, before you get any allotment, you have to indicate what you did with the previous. So part of our job in ministry agency, it's no longer just controller, Mama, send your report. We have to know exactly what's going on. So we're putting in all the institutional integrity measures we need to do to safeguard the process. But how can you stop somebody in a taxi from giving policemen $5 or $10? Fighting corruption has to be a collective effort of all of us. You cannot receive bribe until somebody gives it to you. And we're asking everybody, look, this thing is not, you're not helping the policeman. We're asking you, if the policeman will carry you to the police station, carry him. Now, the police people have come up with new things. They were now wearing badges that will identify them. Now, we have a program that people will start wearing badges. That program is being advanced to make sure it's done. We got college graduates we're trying to attract. They're just about to do the next graduation at the police academy that will bring 100 college products into the police service. We're trying to take all these steps because we know corruption is a long, hard fight all of us got to be involved with. Now, NOCAL. I will not give you, because I understand the NOCAL president will explain all of this subsequently. But again, it's another case of giving half of the story. The NOCAL cash flow sheet says we receive 145 million. We spent 147 million. It is alarming. And it's alarming even to me. I didn't know that. But it's alarming to me, especially the way it got reported. If you just hear it on the surface, I say, oh my goodness, the people just divided their money. No, that's not true. In the breakdown, part of that money, which just 120 of that money just closed the ExxonMobil deal. Are you still with me?
Yes, we are here, sir. Everyone is listening.
120 million of that money just closed the ExxonMobil deal. How? ExxonMobil has said they will remit to the government the cost of buying out the COPL and the Pepper Post. So 120 million of that money went straight into that. Part of it was the government, 50 million, which was the signature fee, and the rest of it was to service the purchase of the 80% from COPL and the Pepper Coast. So, but NOCAL had to be the guarantor to the two parties that if this money hit our account, you will receive it upfront immediately. So the money came from ExxonMobil to NOCAL, then to COPL and Pepper Coast. You see the transaction? But if you look at the NOCAL flow sheet, they have to say we receive 120 million. But it didn't mean that 120 million that NOCAL had to spend. But the way it got reported is, oh, here we go again. NOCAL got 145 million and they spent 147. In which country? Where would that ever happen? That is how that ExxonMobil deal was closed. All of that 100 to the government got 50 million as signature bonus. So every transaction that ExxonMobil had was routed through NOCAL as the guarantor. That's part of that money. But the president of NOCAL will make that elaborate. And one of the things we know about NOCAL, they do regular audits and make that. But when you read it, myself, when I read it, I was like, oh my goodness. The people got 145 million and spent 140. That's not true. So you see the misinformation, the way it flows. And it will really annoy a lot of people when they hear these kinds of things, actually.
Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, for those of you just joining us, this is Liberia Destiny Debaters. Joining us from Liberia is Honorable Louis Brown, Minister of Information, Culture and Tourism Affairs. We're going to go back to 2582. Do you have a recommendation for the Honorable Minister on the issue of NOCA and corruption?
Yes, Mr. Minister, I would like to recommend that, the security forces in Liberia need to do corruption stunt, meaning they got to, like what they do in America. If the FBI heard about something in the newspaper, they will get people from the force to go and pretend to be business people to find out whether what was reported is actually happening. So we got on the FBI then, which is on the and whatever. They changed it before. I haven't been around it for a little while. But these guys can go in to the Ministry of Finance, go into the Ministry of Commerce, go into NACO and pretend to be investor or something, and make sure and make sure that people be prosecuted for their actions. Because if we don't do it, like we got the Liberia Anti-Corruption Commission. The commission, the Ministry of Finance, the Ministry of Justice, the police, all of them sort of form a task force. If anything is reported, they need a probe. They can just sit and wait because this is Africa. I know you, Mr. Brown. You live in Ghana. I can come to your house. We can cross $1 million or $2 million or $5 million or $10 million deal with nobody's smelling it. Okay? So there are many ways people can be busted. But if they just sit there and wait for some matter to bring the kids to them, trust me, you're not going to prosecute one person. And another thing they need to do is that you got to have position rotation in cybersecurity. If you work in a high area, like Ministry of Finance, you move people around. You change the position, or you send them on compulsory vacation. Then the next person that comes in to work will discover fraud or something. But if somebody just working since 1971, they can't take vacation. The guy is sitting there on something that no one else going to find out. But when you send that guy on vacation, trust me, something's going to be revealed. And what they need to do is that if I come and pay a cash to Mr. Brown should hand that cash to Johnny Walker. Johnny Walker should hand it to somebody, and there should be a trail. But if you just come, you give me the receipt, I collect the money, I pass it on to my buddy passes it on to the other buddy, we're going to eat the money. So there has to be a system in place. And that has been the mistake.
I tell you what,
Liberia. Too much paper trail.
No, you are so correct, and I thank you for these suggestions. But let me tell you what is also being done. There's a program called IFMI. We're no longer doing too much manual work with government financial accounting. We are reducing the number of human interventions. I'm sure recently you heard about the raid on World Trade Center. Now, there are a lot of very good people there doing honest work, providing secretarial services. It's a place down Ronald Street. There's an old bakery. In fact, during the campaign, I helped to persuade the president to provide a generator for the facility. What they do, they have, young Liberians, older secretaries, others sit there, and they provide secretarial duty, photocopy. You got a letter, you got to rush. You go in there. They call it World Trade Center because everybody just get a small table, with their laptops or their desktops there, and they do all kinds of wonderful services. But then there are others who have been smart enough. The problem with automation is that see when you are automating, somebody else has a way of breaking your code. And so people were duplicating even receipts. How they were doing this? What we found out, so you have to pay to register, for instance, a motorcycle. You have to pay Liberian dollars, right? So let's say the Liberian dollar payment was $1,000 to register a motorcycle. So you pay at 1,000 Liberian dollars. Somehow the receipt got duplicated at World Trade Center in a way that it will show 1,000 US or 1,000 US dollar payment for the registration of an alien. Just as an example. And so that racket was broken again by the security. And all of our security people are not bad. I tell you this wonderful story, heartwarming story. At the depot in Barnaville Estate depot, they arrested this kid. How did they arrest him? He was in this drinking spot and literally buying liquor for everybody, going crazy with money. And the policeman found out the kid had money all over him. So the policeman, they invited him. He was there drinking, having fun. So they brought him to the police station. Of course, some people were querying, the man got a right to spend money, but the man looked like he's not employed. I got all the money on him, just spending about. So they brought him to the police station. What did they find in him? They found more than $10,000 on this kid. So they announced the amount they found. They held him there, announced the amount they found, only to find out somebody in Barnabas Nafa had lost $12,000 the night before to armed robber. When they quizzed the kid, he confessed that he took the man $12,000. They went into the man's place, they took the money, and that was the man's money he had in a pocket he was using. He had used $2,000. Can you believe the same police took the man $10,000 back? Now, this story didn't come to us from the police. It came to us from the man in Banazé whose money was refunded. But do you think that would make headlines? No, it would not make headlines because it's not negatively sensational enough. But if the police had eaten that money with a kid, because if we made a kid scared, he would run away and leave the money with them. If the police had eaten that kid, that's when it will make the headline. So we got to find a way to tell the good stories about our country too. All is not so bad. There are people who are determined to do good as well. But the thing is, when we do good, we don't seem to, you see, we must punish bad behavior, but we must also give incentives for good behavior.
Thank you. Was that your recommendations to the minister? All right.
Yeah, that's pretty good. That's pretty good for now. Thanks, Honorable.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much.
Okay, Minister Brown, we're going to take the next one. The next one will come from caller 5158. Your name and where you're calling from?
My name is Cecilia Hippie.
It is a pleasure to have you on, Cecilia.
Thank you. I'm calling from Atlanta, Georgia. Thank you, Minister Brown, for coming on this show today.
Thanks to you, Cecilia. Thanks to you.
I have a question for you, and I have, few, things to talk to you about. But one of my questions is about recently they accuse you of withdrawing $100,000 from an account from your. This is in the news from the account of your ministry. And I would like for you to clarify that and give us, more detail on what happened to this amount that they said that you went and withdrew from this, account. And then Liberia being very poor, and our health system is one of the poorest in the world right now. With the money that was from, because of the...
No, but I'll correct you with facts. Yes, go ahead.
Yeah, the death rates that we have over there, how people are dying, they can't get to the hospital, we don't have ambulance, and all of that. That's where I'm coming from. But with the $13 million that was sent, and I don't know the facts, and I've heard, things, we have, listened to the finance minister. He has stated that, they didn't do nothing with the money. But with this kind of information coming out of Liberia and with the corruption, people are calling the legislatures a brown envelope, legislatures, and all of these things that are coming out of the country with the school system. I know that there has been progress, a little progress in the country. But with all of these, who are the visionaries? Who are the people that really want to take our country to the next level? Because when we sit here and read all of this information, people come on this show and tell us all the good things that we want to hear. And you've been on this show a few times, and we go read news about you withdrawing 100,000.
Yeah.
Where there's smoke, there's fire. And something is there's some kind of allegation that's coming out of all of these people. You are very disappointed. And I would like to know what's going on in the country. This Liberia being one of the most corrupted countries in the world right now. So
that's not true.
That's what I'm reading, and that's what I'm hearing on the news.
And where are you reading it from? You are reading it from Liberian side.
From newspaper, from the internet. People are talking about it. It seems like the
Liberian newspaper, Liberian internet.
Yes, yes, Liberian newspaper.
Exactly.
Well, why would Liberian newspaper have some reason for them to lie on people that are working? Have you guys seen other countries where they are coming from? We have Rwanda, we have Sierra Leone, we have Ivory Coast, all these neighboring countries. You guys are now marrying after them. And we would like to know what's going on. Because we want people to
let me try to answer you.
Yes.
Mr. Brown, before you
thank you very much for your concern.
Mr. Brown, before you dive into her question, these are the very allegations, these are the very things Madam Sally said before against Samia Doe, Charles Taylor, and the rest of the group. So when other people are making these allegations, we can say they are not true because Sally herself ran on the same thing. So why are they not? Yesterday they were bad. Why today will we say they are not true? Minister Brown?
No. There's a difference between bad and true. The two things you're measuring. She said, I'm reading all of these things. And let me give you a classic example why I keep emphasizing you're reading it on Liberian sites and you're reading it in Liberian newspapers. Let me give you a classic example of what is going on. You see, I'm one of those, and I'm sure some of your people know me, they follow my track record. From the University of Liberia, I'm one of those who try to advocate for change in the country. Like President Salih, like everybody else, like some of you, we try to advocate for change. We now have an opportunity, Mahatma Gandhi said, to be the change that we want, okay, that we've always wanted. One of the things we try not to do, even provoked, we try not to take a position. I'm telling you, if this were in Tampa, some of the radio stations you're hearing, some of the newspapers you're reading will be shut down long time. That's the difference between bad and true, Mr. Moderator. True, recently, for the first time perhaps in our history, the government felt aggrieved enough. We are walking a very difficult road. If you get too hard with the press, you run the risk of controlling what they write and, mustering them or shutting them down or these kinds of things, which have no place in our current dispensation. People fought too hard to get us here. So the thing we don't want to do is to feel provoked enough to get to that point. Just 2 days ago, there was a publication in one paper. This journalist had called me. Sometimes the impression, everything you read is true. And I read some of these stories, especially online. Then I read the comments in the back. I get people doing, it's time for our Egypt. Let's take Liberia to Egypt. Let's do Arab Spring. Let's do this. Based on what you are just reading. And when did we get to the point to say everything we read is true? Do you believe in your honest heart that the EU will give the government $13 million for budget support, and the Minister of Finance will eat it and not give it to the health sector, and the EU will say thank you and we will continue our budgetary support to the government? Do you honestly believe that? Part of the problem is people just look for the sensation and the lies. They see online came back a few weeks later to correct their story. Oh no, but how can the other person say they didn't know? Sometimes it's just basic investigation. Some of our journalists are just too lazy and too selfish because of this freedom, which we will never revert on. They just feel they must publish any. Look at what you are doing now. You call me to get my side of the story. One newspaper just recently published. A guy used to publish Broom. He called me repeatedly. He won't talk to me. He won't see me. 26 coming. I need to fast. He went and published. He put my horse photo. He put my picture there. He published a scene story that government media money, Louis Brown 80. As if I just did my horse from this government. That's part of the problem we are dealing with. Look, that is simply not true. On the 13 million, the EU gave government budget. Sometimes we get tired and say, you know what, let's focus on the job and let the job speak for itself. What we are trying to do in our country, let it speak for itself with time. Let me tell you something, sweetheart. Sorry for calling you sweetheart. But let me tell you something, my dear Cecilia. At the last TICAD conference, you say, oh, our health sector with the poorest. Liberia is among the fewest country in Africa. 3 from North America, 1 from East Africa, Madagascar, then Liberia and Cape Verde from West Africa to meet the Millennium Development Goal number 4 on child mortality. Liberia. And when did we start? You know that the Millennium Development Goals were decided in 2000. Liberia was our war. In actual fact, we began to focus on the Millennium Development Goals since 2006. Can you believe that we are on track to meet the Millennium Development Goal number 4, which is child mortality reduction? Here's another thing that people don't know. The president of the World Bank at the last TICAD conference, TICAD 5, on this is TICAD is Tokyo International Cooperation for African Development. 30 African heads of state and heads of government sitting down. When the mayor announced in the plenary, the opening session, that global poverty is reducing at the rate of 1.3% every year, and that Liberia and Madagascar are staying up performer in reducing global poverty. It used to be 63.8%. We are about under 55%. Almost, that is, you're talking about 2 million people. It was $1.25 per day. About 2 million people we have tried to provide opportunities for to fight poverty. We have provided more scholarship for Liberians to learn than at many points in our history. Why are we doing all of this? Part of the problem, I think, is that people are staying in the old mode where they believe relevance is bringing your country down. Read some of these stories. I don't know. You know, I can understand how some of you feel, because the impression they get about the country is that we're just walking around here stealing. How is it possible? Listen to what happened recently. The president had to dismiss the general auditing, the head of the general auditing, the head of the GSA. Why? Only for full disclosure and to suspend the acting minister of public works because they violated PPCC rules. My dear, we have put in place some of the toughest mechanisms. Don't tell anybody your country is the most corrupt country on earth. It's not correct. It's not true. It is wrong. Sierra Leone said, and this simply came from a study done by Transparency International. And maybe before you came on, I explained this, so I will not go too long explaining it again for those who were listening before. Transparency International paid one group to interview people in Liberia. They said they did face-to-face interview. We don't know the demographics. We don't know where they talk to the people. But they say they interview 1,028 persons. And the 1,028 persons say over the last year, they gave bribes. Who are the people that say, the number one group of people that say they give bribe to the police? Who are the police? That the people in traffic go to red light. So when you say Sierra Leone, 75% of the people say they give bribe, does that mean your country is the most corrupt country on earth? Because 75% of 1,028 say they gave bribe in the last year to police people. Sierra Leone challenged the report, the validity of the report. Sierra Leone's position was to challenge it. Our position is to say, look, my people, let us start giving bribe so that people can start receiving bribe. You're talking about police people. When policemen stop the car, everybody in the car, they want to try to explain what, everybody in the car, my man, something. Do people believe they are bribing, or they believe it's a culture we have to give? We have to change a mindset. We are dealing with a set of value system where we have to try to change it. First thing we've done, we address vulnerabilities. We improve people's salaries. Then you put in the system that makes it difficult for anyone. I can no longer write a check. I can no longer withdraw. I cannot withdraw $100,000 of government money without finance knowing, without central bank knowing, without PPCC knowing where it's for, without the information ministry, deputy ministers, and everybody there knowing where it's for. But of course, it's a good thing for somebody to publish that kind of story. Why is it good? Because it makes all of us know back. And when you read it out there, immediately it provokes the worst in you. Hey, man, what kind of country is this? All the people just see. But how many of these stories have come to be true? How many? How many? You heard that 13 million story. It went all over the place, 13 million gone. Finally, the CEO online asset came by and said, oh no, the money we're not eating. This was budgetary support for, not for specific programs, but for the health sector. And the minister accounted for everything. It is not possible, my dear, in this day and age, for international community to give you money, and that money, you misuse it, you don't use it properly, and you end up taking it, converting it to personal gain. You think they'll give you money again? All the things that are happening in your country. Liberia is considered one of the standout performers. You go to OAU, by all measures, you go to ECOWAS, you go to international conference, you go to the UN, they continue to point to Liberia as making remarkable achievements. We are still in this crab mentality. I'm sorry, but this is true. We keep bringing ourselves down and bringing our country down because it serves political purposes. We need to stop this. Why should anybody celebrate? They didn't interview government officials. They interview ordinary people who say, oh yeah, I bribed the police. Or I bribed this other group. Or I bribed the other one. Why must we then proudly proclaim our country the most corrupt country on planet Earth? Sierra Leone now had a higher number of people under the same interview that say they gave bribe. The man who you interview, he understands what bribe is. He understands that giving money to the policeman a bribe, or he understands it as part of his way of life in this town. These are the things we need to understand and we need to consider.
Minister Brown, we have a lot of people on the line, but let me just interrupt you a little bit. We know that Africa, Liberia has a history where leaders in the past were deceived by the very people around that leader. They were not given the exact information as people, the things were happening. So again, let me take you back to the issue of where she's gonna touch the area of the media. Madam Sally herself relied on the media back in the day before becoming a president, because it was some of these very newspapers that she read, and they said things about Samia Doe that she took as reality and acted upon these things.
Correct.
So why is it that today we would say, don't believe the media, don't trust D-Flow, don't trust the...
I'm not saying don't believe the media.
Go ahead, sir.
I'm not saying don't believe the media. And I'm not going to suggest to you if Eric Johnson Sirleaf made an error last year, you are under obligation to make the same error this year. Then we're not developing. Then truly we're not developing, my brother. Look, when I was approached to become Minister of Information, frankly, I believe it was a trap. Here I was, one of the voices of criticism against President Sirleaf in a first term. Then she offered me, Mr. Brown, I believe you can contribute to this. All the things you're criticizing, can you help me so that you can bring it to the table? Rather than sit outside and condemn and criticize, can you work in? I consulted my friends. I've been made an offer to become minister in President Sirleaf's government. Well, some of the responses were mixed. Take it. No, the woman setting you up. She won't disgrace you. In 2 months, that woman will fire you for something. She will just accuse you of something, just disgrace you because you've been a front. We still had a suspicious mentality. One that said the government belongs to the winner. And here was a president that I criticized saying to me, can you join me and bring your ideas around the table? And I'm not trying to toot her horn, but I think that's a change. That's part of the credit. Okay, what I'm saying to you is because let's say she relied on newspapers to react to President Doe. Did it make it right? We didn't have the internet then. Now we have an opportunity for these kinds of exchanges to set the record straight. Let me tell you another classic case why it is not always good to just read the first story and call for Egypt in your country. Recently, I started off by saying the government took an unprecedented step to complete a newspaper to the press union of Liberia. On our way, and I happen to have been on the trip, on our way from Washington, D.C., as we are going to the airport to come to Liberia, bags already checked in, everything gone. The president got this information from our ambassador in Ghana that the president of what the country is, Equatorial Guinea, would like for her to stop over on her way to Liberia. She said, look, I've been off for a while. I intend to go. But she had made a promise to this guy to visit because one independence, I think it was her first independence when she became president, she said, the guy had come to Liberia. We were hosting this independence in Banga, and the experience was terrible. Everything that could go wrong went wrong, including them lighting copper and putting water in the barrel in the bathroom for the men to take bath in Boki, the president of Equatorial Guinea, including the car breaking down. And when they finally asked the UN helicopter to fly the man from Banga to the airport to find a plane, which was a private plane parked on the runway, the helicopter couldn't start. The car going to park. I mean, the experience was terrible. So she said, I promised this man to go there. So maybe let me just go there. But when she got there, the man said, I had a bad experience in your country. How can I help Liberia recover? We're hearing all these good things about Liberia. How can I? She said, I'm struggling with this airport. It's the first thing people see. And our potential from the past is that if we have a good, decent, first-rate airport, we can beat even Ghana and most of the other countries because some of our passengers are the people they are stealing and it's hard to travel in the place. So if you can help me modernize my airport. He said, all right, I will send a technical team. Have you put down? So we've done a study by international reputable group. We've done a study. Say, how much does it cost? The study is, it will take us over 25 years to develop the airport. Some of you who are in America, you know, airports are always being renovated based on the inflow and outflow of passengers in the airport. It will take us to build an airport city that we want $350 million. However, the first phase, which is creating 2 runways, the taxiway, the roads, and everything else, the terminal, a couple of what they call baggage claim areas, that kind of thing, would take us $160 million. The study, the figures were confirmed by this international group that won a bid by the World Bank to do this study. So she made that representation. The man said, okay, in a short while, I will send a team to Liberia. They will go over the study, sit down with your technical people and work on it. And then we'll get back to you on the possibilities. Great. Then she said, but then we want to create low-cost housing units. We want to move people from places like West Point. We want to move people from the squatters that move into Monrovia. You can't just throw people away. We want to create low-cost housing to move these people there. We don't want to do it just in one place. We want to do it in our 4 or 5 counties. If we can build 200 each or 400 each in 4 or 5 counties. The man say, okay, my team comes down, you find the land, you identify it, and that's a project we can help you begin with. When we came back, the politics was, the man is a dictator, the man is a tyrant, and he money that blood money, and we're coming to use the money to build local housing and to do it. One of the people was so audacious and reported that the renovation of Liberia's airport will cost only $60 million, and President Sirleaf and her government officials, and now I'm on the triple, including me, intended to pocket $100 million, to corruptly pocket $100 million.
Oh my God!
We complained to the press union. You see the thing I'm telling you that happens in our country. We complained to the press union. The man wrote that he had his evidence coming to bring it. And in his story, he indicated that they have confirmed reports from studies that have been done on the airport that it will cost only $60 million to rehabilitate the airport, including the terminals and the runways and the taxiways. Everything will cost only $60 million. And we have set up a deal to pocket $100 million. Can you believe this? So we wrote a letter of complaint to the press union. I, as Minister of Information, went to the press union with this complaint. Said, this thing has to stop. We have to stop hating our country like this. First, one group saying the man money that blood money, it must never come to our country, even to Bay Airport or low-cost housing. It must never come here. Then the other group saying we intend to steal the money, that they have evidence that it will cost only $60 million. So we asked the group. We went to the press union for an investigation. The government, imagine people, all know our country. This time is the government complaining in newspaper. We went to the press union and said, let a man show us where any report has been done on an airport in Liberia that say it will cost it. Who did that other study? He said he get evidence of a study that done. And the government intend to steal. And the Liberian people will not sit down there. They must get up. And if they sit down, their children will inherit all their debt. And the government just wasting on them. Finally, I asked the man for evidence. He said he get evidence. He can't disclose his sources. It will compromise. If he show me the evidence, compromise. So I made an appeal to the president of the press union. I said, I beg you. I trust you. That's why the government came here to you. Let a man just show you the report. If you call me and confirm that you saw a report that said it would take $60 million to do this, then we gave them a copy of this report from a group called NACO from Australia that has done the Schiphol Airport, many international airports around the world, including the airport in Taiwan, Schiphol, like I said, Vienna, Austria, major airports, including airports in the United States, that won the bid from the World Bank issued bid. And not Liberian government bid. World Bank issued the bid. They won the bid. They quantify how much it will cost us on an emergency basis to do the airport. In phases, 3 phases. The last phase being in the last 25 years. Can you imagine that? But that was something that was on radio. It was circulated all over the place. That we went to Equatorial Guinea. We tricked the man from Equatorial Guinea to steal $100 million. Look, we are dealing with a mindset. It's like somebody believes this thing has always been done this way. And who are these people to try to pretend it's not happening that way? It's happening that way. We're not saying there are not problems here. We're not saying there are not problems of perception with corruption and everything else. But we are saying don't just swallow hook and single all the things you read. The president called us back, render a judgment, and ask the people to apologize. The people apologized 2 days later and say, but we stand by our story. Now, what are you going to do with that? You see that? You go to court, they say, oh, the government trying to shut down the whole press in the country. And we want to make sure the press remains free, the press remains strong. But please, gentlemen, understand, the quality is not the best you can have everywhere in the world. Somebody call me 4 or 5 times, send me texts and all. I wish I could send you all the texts. I'm a fan over there, the 26. Because I don't do it, the next day you see me, my horse is in the newspaper, my picture is in the newspaper, and in a minute, no, I don't see like what kind of picture to use. One of my wife's pictures in the paper suggesting that I stole money. There are opposition may be in the government if I have stolen the government money. You think they will use me as a poster child of corruption?
Minister Brown, because we
know what we're going through. You know what we're going through that.
Yeah, Minister Brown, because we have a lot of people on the line and some of them are new people.
Yes, I'm sorry, man. I'm sorry. But this was a personal touchy issue. I'm sorry I took a lot of time explaining it.
Yes,
so people need to understand.
Maybe we kind of narrow a little bit because we have a lot of people on the line.
All right.
And we would like to take
yes,
calls tonight. So, ladies and gentlemen, for those of you just joining us, this is Liberia Destiny Debaters. Joining us from Liberia is the Honorable Minister of Information, Louis Brown. If you have a question or to make a comment, please dial *61 on your phone to be recognized. We're going to go back to Cecilia. Cecilia, do you have a recommendation on the issue of the issues that you just brought up?
Well, I will reserve my recommendation because you do have a lot of people online, but I am troubled with the government. So I will just reserve my recommendation today because he been on the show many times and we have given him recommendation. He can use those. Thank you.
Okay, Cecilia. But thank you very much. And I will have the moderator please give you my number just in case you need us to talk one-on-one. I look forward to the opportunity of continuously engaging you.
I will surely do that if she wants their numbers based on what you said. Okay, Mr. Brown, we're going to take the next one. The next one is going to come from caller 2318. Your name and where you calling from?
This is Alexander Walker calling from Minnesota. Thanks for giving me the opportunity. I got
it is wonderful to hear from you. It is wonderful to hear from you. I know.
I'm back on base. I got a list of things that I'd like to go through, and I'm very passionate about Liberia, and I'm passionate to the extent that sometimes I sit and say, if I have money, I would just take over the country and let it go in the direction it should be going. That's how passionate I am about Liberia. And
they will accuse you of all kinds of things. Don't think it's that easy. They will accuse you of all kinds of things, Alexander.
I wouldn't care if I'm doing the right thing, though. So
correct.
The reason why I'm saying this is I follow Liberia a lot. And I think if the people at my job did an internet search, maybe I'll be fired by now. But
we hope that.
I want some of my brothers and sisters to know that, there are agents out there that will do everything possible for Liberia to fail. Liberia failing does not. Ellen Johnson got enough money for she and her family. The ordinary people will be the one to suffer. And we as Liberians, we need to actually do our own research. And I'm saying this to say that they did $30 million EU thing. It went out of proportion. And I don't know if the other Liberians are aware that the very EU got 223 million euro. They gave just the 17th of this month to the Liberian government for budgetary support. EU would never give Liberian government this kind of money if they knew that the 30 million could not be accounted for. So, Mr. Minister, my first question as I go through would be, do they have any standard or do they have any standard set for a journalist in Liberia? And the reason why I ask this question is because every time they can write stories that they can prove, and at the end of the day, some of these stories are misleading, and I personally see that some of these stories are a threat to national security. In the U.S., there was a journalist that went to jail here. She wrote something that was a threat to national security. She could not get her source. She could not verify it. She got locked up. And I don't see why the Liberian government cannot do that. If you write a story, if you cannot stand by it, if it is a security threat, you be taken to court and you found guilty, you do time. I think that will help to settle some of this problem. And concerning the firing of Mr. Kibit, I was very happy when I heard the news because I felt he's not the right pick at this time. But the idea of conflict of interest, I've been having a serious problem with Mr. Vani Samoka being the Minister of National Defense and at the same time owning the leading security company in the country. I see that as a conflict of interest, and I will be happy if you can throw light on that.
Okay. Thank you, Alexander. And thank you for your interest in Liberia. I pray you will never get fired for following on your country on the internet.
Trust me, I'm coming back home, so I got to make sure. Trust me, I will not get fired.
Yes, please. You're more than welcome, my brother. We own this place together. All of us got to try to make it better. But yes, you're right. And you see, it's not so much about conflict of interest that the president dismissed. I read the letter. The letter is about disclosure. You see, there are certain offices you gotta be sure nothing taints that office. You are under obligation. If I'm named Minister of Information, one of the things I need to make sure that the president calls me and say, Mr. Brown, you're a citizen, we respect your views, we respect the way you conduct yourself. I want you to assist me in my cabinet to bring those critical views around the table. If I own a radio station, I need to say it to the president at that point. My president, let me be clear to you. You want me to be a minister of information, but I also own a radio station. I need to say that to the committee hearing me. It's called full disclosure. So the problem with the Auditor General was a matter of full disclosure. You're running a legitimate business that will conflict with your performance on the job. Even if you will trade off, make that full disclosure. It might not be something that simply come out in another hearing, totally unrelated, and finally everybody realize that, how can you hold an interest or could have had an interest that you did not disclose? Because in all fairness to the Auditor General, he said he divested himself of the interest he had. But you should have made that information known. Because most of what we are dealing with is simple perception. Nobody say, I call Louis Brown here in Kopija. It's a perception that the country is so corrupt that we want to celebrate. My problem is, this is not what we should celebrate as Liberia. If anybody put our country down, look, Sierra Leone, right across from Alexander, the same report that people are printing in Liberia to tell you how mischievous people are. It's a mindset about our country that we have to try to change people. Many of you also read, I hope Cecilia stay on the line. Many of you read the story about Obama renewing the national emergency. Amen. When I read it, somebody called me and said, my man Obama said the Ellen Sally government is the same as the Charles Taylor government. It's impugning all U.S. Foreign policy interests. Say, the big business there. I read a story. Story said this is coming at a time when Liberia is named as the most corrupt country on planet Earth. America, all kinds of implications. Kerry, Obama don't want meet this government, creating an impression in people's mind that the government is being ostracized. They see U.S. government name Liberia as one of 7 countries that they want to pilot the energy program for Africa. How can a country that is against U.S. foreign policy interest be named to pilot? Nobody wants to go read the comments of Liberians on that same article. What is the relationship between the TI report and President Obama which by law must at least 90 days before the expiry of the national state of emergency that was declared on Liberia, what he must in 90 days say to Congress, or else it will lapse. He must give reason. And in the main reason is that although the current Liberian government continues to do well, progress is being made. Nobody was interested in that one. The man did not say this government is against U.S. foreign policy interests. But go back to that scene online and you can read the story as they put it there. It's as if they were inciting like America gave it all Liberia. It's time to go to Egypt. We're like, why are we bringing our country down like this? And that was not true. They said we renew the emergency, national emergency that was imposed on the former regime. And it's official. We renew those policies on the former regime. But look at the way it was reported. You talk about, do our journalists have any standard? Well, look, the country is starting from scratch. Even though 166 years old, but I tell people, we're not even more than 5 years old, my people. Because most of the things that we did wrong, we are trying to put in the system to do it right. It's like we are starting from scratch. I want you all to understand your country is starting from scratch. Scratch. Bare zero. I tell you another thing further. Do you know that in the basin where the water is supposed to aggregate in the rainy season, for the hydro that we declare a national emergency that we hope to turn on in December 2015. Somebody planted rubber farm there. Rubber farm. And the problem now is that they will not move the rubber farm. In Liberia, they will not move the rubber.
There's no more land in Liberia, maybe.
No land. My man, fly over your own country. When you're coming in next time, just look at your country. Land all over the place. Do you know that we are putting in reform measures to land now that make our traditional people not just users of land? Do you know that people just used to pass concession agreement without reference to the community that own it? Now we have community rights law that make traditional ownership of land truly traditional. All the PUP thing you were hearing, do you know that we found out that chiefs, they were calling chiefs in the corner, they didn't even know what they were reading, and they were just signing. Most of the PUP agreement, where they seem to extend that they were saying, we'll build 5 schools for you, we'll build 10, and these schools never get built. They call one chief in the corner, he put his thumb there, and suddenly they believe that the people have given their land out. No other consultation of community. We broke all of that. At cost to us, it cost the government $12 to $15 million to shut down the whole forestry sector. And we did. That's part of the reason we have a shortfall in the budget. That's part of the reason. Because we are simply saying, no, one raise our money, and we are going back to say, no. There's a difference. First, the attitude was government own all the land. Now the attitude is government doesn't own all the land. Tribal lands are owned by the tribal people and cannot be given away except by the blessing of the folk. That's why concessions like Sami Dadi and Golden Verolium, we are having problems in expansion. Because we simply said to the people, look, my people, the country has changed. The government can't give you right to just go clear the people sacred places and sacred land. No, you can't do that. You have to sit with the people, enter into new agreement. They have to agree how much land they will give you and what they will benefit directly from it. If you promise them school, then you better build a poor school. Or they put the land back from you. If you promise to hire the people, then under those conditions, you will sign the agreement, then they'll get you the land. The land is owned by the people. That's what we are trying. So all of these things are in the change process. So the first question was, what kind of quality of job? Well, look, my brother, it's a growing up process. One other radio host, the man say he's not journalist. The man will get up in the morning, my man. He will, let's put it in Liberia, he will get to everybody. When they ask him, my man, but don't, you say he has a call-in service. When anybody call and say, my man, I disagree with you, you call you or you say, my man, I'm here for anybody to disagree with my view. I'm not a journalist. When I say, my man, why you don't check your facts? You say, I'm not a journalist. I'm a political commentator. Everybody, you see, it's a new sense of freedom. You want to be careful We know that there should be discipline and responsibility to be exercised along with freedom. But you don't want to be too strong on the discipline and responsibility to the point where you shut down the freedom. It's a fine tightrope we are walking. We want to be careful, so that, look, I can tell you as Minister of Information, 99% of the newspapers you see or the online survey, ask any one of them, they're not even registered with the ministry. We don't want to go and force registration in the country, because if we keep doing that, then we're reminding people of the past. We want people to freely express, and sometimes in enjoying that, right, people cross the line. But that's why we repeat it. Can you believe the government takes a newspaper complaint to the press union? The press union rule and say the government read. Newspaper apologize. The man read an apology and said, but we stand by our story. We feel it's a learning process. And that's what the president said all the time. One political commentator, he said, he's not journalist. One time the man got up and he called for people to get in the street to bring the government down. Let's bring the government down. People think bringing government down are fun. And some of us who have seen it and know the price the country pays for that. Read some of the articles. Read some of the comments on the Liberian site. I read it all the time to keep myself informed. Some of the things you read. Careless country to Egypt. Liberia is doing nothing. They're stealing. Let them. Gentlemen, we have become a model for post-conflict country success. I'm not saying it because I mean the government. You check the record. Check the record. We started trying to implement the Millennium Development Goal 2006. Today, the World Bank calls Liberia a stand-up performer. The international community calls Liberia a stand-up performer. Yeah, we need to do more. At home, people are catching hard time. But don't tell me we rebuild this country with all hard time. Each of us have to give our share. I tell you what is happening today. My man, they 26, some of us have to go high. Let me tell you to you the Liberian way. Some of us have to go high because people used to 26 morning, the minister in the community will go there to get something for him. And I let that again. It is not. I make $2,300 a month. I get the equivalent of $800 in gasoline. Gas is now at the rate of $4.50, between $4.20 and $4.50 per gallon. Divide that, you know how much gas I get per gallon. That is all I get from the government. No, I lie. I get the $2,300 in US dollars. They call that allowance, and that's what every minister get across the board. Then we get.
I love the way you place it. You lie.
No, I lie. Because I also get 15 or 16,000 Liberian dollars. At the current rate, they came to us in Liberian dollar. That is what our payroll salary is. 16,000 Liberian dollars. Divided at the rate, divided now, I think the rate is 75. So you know how much I make in salary. In allowance, I get $2,300 allowance.
So the government does not pay for your apartment or your house because we know that there are people that government has.
No, absolutely not. I live in my own house. No minister gets housing allowance. We don't get it. That thing, vacation, medical. I don't even know if I have medical. Guys, I am part of a fight to change my country. We got to give service too. Sometimes it hurts us when people show no appreciation for our service, and the only thing they do, they just hit the worst form on us. 2,300. And when you see some cabinet minister in dark tinted windshield, it's not because we love to hide from the public. But my man, sometimes you don't have it. The request for school fee comes to you. Now, we declare our assets, our bank account, our wife's bank account, our children's bank account before we got this job. We declare everything we get in terms of income because that's the first disclosure we're under. So please tell me, if I make 15,000 Liberian dollars divided by, it's $200 US, my salary is per month. That's my salary on the government payroll. All ministers. Now, when you sit on a board, the new law is, by the Constitution Article 3, You're not supposed to get compensation for being on any board. There's a Supreme Court ruling on it. You cannot ask for and receive compensation for being a member of a board. I want all of you to listen to some of the things we have to deal with. Tell me, how many persons can I service all of the 2,300 if I have to take care of my children? Electricity has not reached my area. I have to buy fuel. The fuel government gave me for my car is $800 equivalent. Divide that by 450. All of you, please do the math for me. That's the quantity I get in gallons. How many? I grew up in this Liberia. All my friends I know from Liberia. How much person can I get gas to? How much person come to my office? Can I pay their school fees? Can I buy food for them? Their wife's sick. Can I help them with money? The children in the hospital. Can I help? This is the nature of our society. Where you are, that many persons know their ministers. Nobody make these kinds of requests of them. Our culture is different. We are a giving society. We're supposed to give. If you don't give, then that minister me. He is stealing. They start get high, and the people just get the money, and they're not dividing it. So then people feed these emotions into their stories. You got to keep asking yourself, do I worry too much about stopping the story, Alexander, or do I take your approach and say, let our words speak for us? That's the challenge we have.
Minister Brown, as I told you, we have a lot of people on the line, so we know that.
Sorry. You know what we're going to. Anyway, it's a good exercise.
But I will take you back to the issue of gas, the gas that you talk about. It means that
yes, sir.
$800. That's 177.
Equivalent.
That's 177.
Now, how much gallon?
177, according to my calculator here. I divide
that by the maximum. It flows from 420 to 450 per gallon. Okay. So divide that. Take the average.
My calculator says 177 gallons you are getting.
That's what this minister information gets every month for gas.
Yeah. So
and I'm saying it to you live that you can check anywhere.
So if you get that, and I don't want us to spend a lot of time on this because we have a lot of people on down. So it means that if you get 177 gallons, can you spend 6 gallons a day? Can you use 6 gallons a day? Because if you break the 177 gallons, you get you're supposed to have 6 gallons a day times divided by 30. So do you spend?
I don't.
6 gallons a day?
I spend more.
Okay.
Trust me, I spend more because part of my job is not to leave from my house and go to my office and come back to my house. We have to go to meetings all over. As Minister of Information, I need to know everything that's going on in the country. I have to go out of town. I have to go to office. I have to go to finance. I have to go when there's a program commerce. I have to go there. Then I have to come back. Then I have to go to a press meeting. Then I have to go to see our job. I have to be out there. I have to go across the country. Can you imagine? I have, at the average, well, if your arithmetic is correct, 6 gallons per day. If I decide I will put that 6 gallons in the car per day, you don't think I will strain the engine and damage it very soon?
Okay, Mr. Brown, let's go back to Walker to see whether he has a recommendation for you on the issue of the press journalist that you're talking about. And we take the next one. Please, let's make it, let's try to dive.
Yes, sir.
Very quick. We have a lot of people on the line.
My recommendation here, I got three here: corruption and the whole press take.
Yes,
I would just like to see that there is a difference between press freedom and threat to national security. And security is very dear to my heart. And anything that got to do with threat to national security, I'd like to point it out. I think, Mr. Brown, what I recommend you, I understand that the government is doing everything possible to not look at an administration that's suppressing press freedom. But equally so, the government has been very weak on national security. And by showing this, by allowing the press to write things that will cause, cause disturbance of our peace and cause breach of security, and by then sitting here allowing them to do it, I don't think that is called press freedom. I think I consider it to be very weak on security. So there has to be a fine line between that. You guys need to address that. If you put something up that will be a threat to national security, the national security need to bring you in for questioning, and you need to be able to prove your story. That's just my view on that. And concerning corruption here, it is true that what you said about the police situation and people gave police people money and what have you. Many nights I drove around Monrovia, every checkpoint, police did not ask me. I voluntarily gave them money because personally I felt that they're not being paid properly. And I would use a study here that I did with someone I worked for the immigration. This person lives across the bridge and worked to the airport. She spends $5 a day to go through and through the airport. She works 5 days a week. She spends $100 a month on transportation, and this person makes $120.
I tell you, you were giving a recommendation this time around because we have a lot of people on the line.
No. I'm hearing it now. What I'm saying here is this person makes $120, which leaves them with barely less than $0 if you take lunch into consideration. Last year, the government spent $50 million on buying vehicles. What I recommend here is the government need to adopt one fleet of vehicles and try to get some negotiation with that. For example, if they say we'll use Toyota, adapt the Toyota fleet. Toyota company can train your mechanics. They can sell you car at a discount price. And government vehicles should be used for government activities. And I think by doing that, it will cut down some of the expenses, and government can take whatsoever excess money they can get from this measure and try to increase the salary of the different military, paramilitary, and security apparatus of our country. National security is very important, and I think it should be a very high priority.
Okay. Very well.
Thanks.
Oh.
Thank you.
Well, thank you so much, Alexander.
We're going to take the next one, Honorable Brown. The next one is going to come from 6380. Excuse me, 4380. Your name and where you're calling from?
Good afternoon. This is Mr. Bill Ponder, calling from Boston.
Good afternoon, my brother.
Yes, thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Minister. Thank you for your service to our country.
Thank you so much.
I have a few questions and issues to raise here. I'm one of those who was in the vanguard here in America trying to mobilize for the election of Ellen Johnson Sirleaf in 2005. We've heard about the issues. We didn't do it because some of us didn't do it for jobs. We did it because we looked at the field of candidates that were running in 2005, and we felt that she possessed the kind of qualities of leadership based on her professional experience internationally, and we looked at our country and felt, look, our country needed the international impact in order to really raise it up. The other candidates didn't have that kind of international experience. And so for that, we supported the election of Ellen Johnson Sirleaf. And today I can proudly say I didn't regret it then. I'm a little disappointed currently, but I didn't regret it at the time that I did it. The problem of the perception is a big issue in the Sirleaf administration. And you people have to understand that perception, when it becomes a continuum, it becomes the reality in terms of the mindset of the people. You rightly said that because of the perception that a country is corrupt, it becomes the mindset of the people that, we are corrupt. And you saw it in the survey results, that because you people don't tackle perception, you have a very terrible performance in terms of dealing with information that negatively impacts your image. And I say this, the A.B. Johnson issue, the Willis Knuckles issue, you go down the line, there was gaps in terms of the president or the information minister coming out and bringing clarity to those issues. What it does, it feeds into rumor mongering, it feeds into internet forum discussion, and people envelope things and throw them out of context. You need to be proactive. You need to be proactive as an information minister to educate the people, to make sure that the right information goes out there. And I will make some recommendations after, but I'm going to deal specifically with the issue of perception. You claim that the corruption that, Liberia is, we have a corruption problem, but we're not the most corrupt country in the world. Yeah, maybe we are not. Look at the issue of the first Auditor General, Molu. Molu comes on day one and says Liberia is, Ellen Sirleaf's administration is the most corrupt administration in the world. Well, I worked in the Doe administration, and I thought Doe administration was the worst Liberia ever had. Okay, but the thing about it is nobody addressed the issue, and what it did, it provided John Molu with the impetus to continue to really show to the world, look, my statement is true. You see what's happening. We have all the others. Nobody is responding to the others. I think you guys need to be proactive. The proactiveness, what you need to do is establish an independent news organ that will have an internet capabilities, and that will feed to the public the true information. You don't need to shut down other competitors. You don't need to shut down Front Page Africa or go after the press, the independent press. I enjoy the fact that you have a government that provides independent coverage. People can lie. People can say what they want to say. But what you need to do is have the alternative of providing the correct information. It's because you don't have an alternative. That's why there's a problem. You need an alternative. An alternative should be strong enough. It should be proactive enough so people get the correct information. The last thing I will address is registration licensing. No, first you need to provide a standard. Your ministry may not have to provide a standard, but you need to impress on the president of Liberia that, look, you need to license your journalists, you need to license them, you need to have newspapers to register on the president of Liberia, and you need to have standards. I think they have a responsibility to do that if they're going to be a credible union in Liberia. And lastly, I would say that I think Madam President in her second term is a little bit losing steam. You guys who work with her need to tell her to keep pushing. We know it's tough. We supported her, believed in her then. We still believe in her now. But we believe that the perception, she's really going through a problem of bad perception, and it will impact the legacy of that government at the end of her second term. If you guys don't be proactive about it, it's going to impact negatively the legacy of your administration. So I would like you to address these issues, and then I'll have her. Yeah, okay.
Thank you so much. You are so correct. What we are dealing with is a perception. Now, there is the issue of, fatigue. For the first time, there are a lot of things. I will come to some of the issues you raised. But as you were speaking, this thought came to me. This is the first time in our country in a very long time. And we have 70% of our population under 30. This is the first time for many people that a government has been elected twice. So naturally, there's fatigue, there's all kinds of things setting in. Rightly or wrongly, the press usually think their role is to balance out the contending parties in the country. What do I mean? In America, for instance, and that's a more mature press, more enlightened press, more professional, if you will. If the Democrats win, by second term, what you find is a press that is dampening the morale of the Democrats and really, perhaps not deliberately, upping the chances of the other. This way, they keep that balance so that one party don't dominate perpetually. Is this what is happening in our country? I don't know. It's going to take a while for us to understand this. But you're right. You are very correct. What we have, there is a group called Publishers Association. They're in charge of all the newspaper publishers form themselves to an association. Not only have we challenged the press union, we have challenged the Publishers Association to say, listen, I don't want to impose rules on you. That's not my concept of leadership. I want you to give me your own rules by which we will hold you by. I can tell you up to now we have a problem doing that. There got to be some kind of standards that is not imposed necessarily by the government, but by themselves. For instance, they say, let all newspapers have an office. Let all newspapers have this quality of staff. If you don't have it, let's provide, the university has MassCom program, other universities have, let's send people to school. Rather than having 30 newspapers as the measure of press freedom, if we have 5 qualitative papers meeting very high standards that you set for yourself, including training, retraining, writing, investigative reporting, truth-telling, verification, we still don't have anything in the country that says if somebody deliberately lies in a paper and circulate that to everybody, if we find it out, we can go back and you can pay dearly for it. We now have a case where one managing director has sued a big paper. In fact, there was one ruling that came. Now they make it look like it's not press freedom when you impugn on the rights of others, and then they take you to court to assert their right or defend themselves. Then they say it's not press freedom, the country is not free. And many of you follow it on the online service because people took actions in the court, which is what we should encourage people to do. You have somebody saying, no freedom of press in the country again. These things are hurting our country. Now, we're not going to get frustrated. No, you're so correct. We need to get proactive. And most of that is really my job. But I tell you where we are having a problem. Every major ministerial agency in this country has a website. There are so much information flowing out of Liberia today. But I tell you where most of our people go for the information. They don't believe the government site. MICAP, the Ministry of Information, we have a website. Ministry of Finance, we have a website. Ministry of Foreign Affairs, we have a website. Executive Mansion, we have a website. People can just take some time to verify some of the information. They don't do it. They don't do it. The first inclination is the people will lie. What do you expect them to see? That the government site. If you create an independent site, how independent is it going to be? So there's information out there if people are interested in the truth. But that's 90% not the case. People want to feed off the corruption. Some people have that for varying reasons. One group of people believe it's an opportunity. That's the only opportunity we have to get back to power. The second problem we are having with information management in the country is it is too disjointed and there's just too much distraction. I know that second term have to have distraction, but you have politicians in the legislature, for instance, that are coming up for election in 2014, and they feel the character they need to present to the public now is one that is fighting the government or fighting, then you have a ruling party, for instance, that is concerned about the fatigue, the public fatigue, that a party will be in power for 12 years and then still be contesting. So then you have a sort of clouded message coming out that's saying, oh, we need to be doing the other thing, and the government not doing this much. It's as if the party is fighting its own standard bearer. One day you hear, oh, they're not giving us enough job, and the standard bearer needs to resign. All of these distractions are clouding the true message of development that is coming out of our country, the true story of success that's coming out of our country. Go to Ministry of Finance website. Go to the Executive Mansion website. Go to MICAP website. Information galore that we can use to find out the truth. Then we have this program where, some program like this, where we are available to talk to anybody. We have a program, some radio station broadcast into the diaspora. We do a regular press briefing once a week. We take on every issue. One guy had to fly in to be able to be convinced that the program is not stage managed. When he sat in the program, he was representing Radio Jide, he calls it. I don't know where they're based. I think in the Philadelphia area. Radio Jide. The guy after the program came to my office, he said, my man, I am so shocked. But there are information out there. Good, valuable, truthful information. But we don't want it. What do we want? Since the program started, the only thing we're talking about, Liberia is the most corrupt country on planet Earth. That's the narrative we prefer to feed into. What about the narrative about solar power in villages, about wells being built across the country to give our people better sanitation? What about the fact that Liberia is a standout performer in reducing poverty? What about the road that was just recently opened on its way to Buchanan, which now gives people 1 hour and a half and you are back in Monrovia, a highway that's comparable to any highway anywhere in the world? What about the roads, the various connections that will bring you from Bonny or Douala, and you don't see this place until you connect to rail? These things are happening. Other people, what about the president just visited? Do you know that Vahu was cut off from the rest of Liberia? The road has just connected now to Belayara, to the point where the Belayara can no longer be a prison. Because the reason it was a prison was because it was isolated and nobody could run away from there. The road has cut now through the Bele Forest into Belayara. For the first time, people can drive into that facility, into that part of the country that was doing business with Sierra Leone because they couldn't do business with local country that they were a part of. These are real things happening in our country. Talk to anybody from the international community, they will tell you Liberia is on the move. But what are we doing ourselves about our country? What is the narrative we prefer? We prefer a narrative that feeds into the next election, that feeds into the next politics, which is the country finished, the country on its heels, nothing has happened in the country, and when people arrive from that airport from day one, if you haven't been to this country for a long time, or if you left here a few years ago, as you enter your country, you feel the difference. You feel the sense of hope. Now, is it all rosy? No, it is not. But if we keep getting ourselves attracted to the negative, look, as we speak, just go to some of these sites. Some people who have no clue of what the country evolved and what the country is doing. See what they are writing. Take Liberia to Egypt. We want to do this. We want to do that. Nobody wants to ask the intelligent questions. How can this be possible? And all of this assistance is going to this country now. How is it possible? So, yes, you are right. We will do our best to be proactive. I think your decision was well placed. We'll do our best to be proactive, but we need ourselves to believe in our country. I'm not asking you to believe in individuals. We are also susceptible to errors. But I'm asking you to believe in your country. The C report gave Sierra Leone 84%. No Sierra Leone, go to the Sierra Leone website. No Sierra Leone has written anywhere Sierra Leone is the worst country on planet Earth. The report makes us second to Sierra Leone. And yet we are saying on our website, we are the most corrupt, Liberia is the most corrupt country on earth. It feeds into a mind.
Hello.
Yes, ladies and gentlemen, we just lost Minister Brown because he's been with us for 2 hours, but I guess he's going to reload his phone and come right back with us. So just bear with us. As soon as he comes on, we will continue the program.
Okay, I had a recommendation, but I don't know.
Yes, Minister Brown is going to come back on. As soon as he comes on, we ask you for a recommendation. We ask that you make it very brief because we have a lot of people on the line that stay in the queue. On that note, on the program note, tomorrow, Liberia Destiny Debaters will bring you Minister, Public Works Minister Victor Smith. That will be at 5 Eastern, 4 Central. So please call in for that tomorrow, 5 Eastern and 4 Central. That is Minnesota time, and East Coast, Philadelphia time, 5 o'clock. Please join us at that time. Okay, the minister is back with us. Minister Brown?
Sorry, Lola, after every hour, the phone just cuts off. I'm so sorry.
No, Minister Brown, you actually been with us for 2 hours now, so that's not your fault.
Oh, really?
Yes, it's been 2 hours.
Well, I'm okay. I'm okay. I'm enjoying it. Let's go ahead.
Okay, so we're going to go back to you can finish your thought, and then we'll go back to the gentleman for his recommendation to you.
So you are right. Yeah, I was saying, yes, we have to be proactive. But then we have to and sometimes I hear the people say, oh, but I see thing Ellie Johnson did to Samuel Doe, that is it. Doing one thing over and over doesn't make it right. You know, doing one thing over and over doesn't make it right. What we need to do is to realize we own this country together. It is our duty to lift it up. There are bad things happening in every country in the world. But you don't hear people shoot their country down like we do ours. That what all we do it for our political reasons. Some people have their eye to the next election. I'm suggesting and thinking, no, we gotta promote the other agenda now. But what we do to if the government look too good, maybe the government win election again. That's not the objective of winning election. We shouldn't just be about trying to win election. We should be about developing our country, developing a sense of shared ownership, of common purpose. Somebody talk about, I don't know if you were there earlier, but you mentioned the Molu report. My brother, one of the things we found out, and you're right, the Auditor General started all by saying, before he did the first audit, he said the country is very corrupt. Naturally, you will feel an obligation. Whatever came out, he was trying to prove that. Its original state. This is unprofessional. It's not done usually. Now, John is a very good person, I believe. And I think he means well for the country. He contributed very well. And I think he will continue to contribute. But I think the approach was wrong. Now, what has been found out? People say, why don't you prosecute? What did we find out? Many of the audited reports, and you talk to any auditor, they were without working paper. The only thing you can probably go to court with is the result of that audit, which has been challenged by most of the people that were audited. So if the government went to court, Justice Ministry people went to court, where is the evidence they're supposed to adduce? No working paper. No documentation, no trail. So if you went to court, it's the audit as written, which is what the government has, versus this person who could come up with this other document, that other document. Where's ours? Where's ours to refute? It's not there. So people saying, but why you don't prosecute? It's not because we don't want to prosecute. Because the lawyers have looked at it and said, we don't have a basis for winning any case in court on these kind of claims. Now, it's not with all of them. The ones we have the basis of, there is a new Solicitor General that has been appointed. What they did, they set up a special team of lawyers recruited from the private sector to work with the Justice Ministry to bring indictment against individuals who they believe they have enough evidence to prosecute on. And that is going to begin on this term. So, we have a perception problem. There's information that's out there about our country. Do you know that the information is so bad that even where it is verifiable by the international community, they end up saying, well, what do you expect the international community to see? Yeah. What do you expect people to see? They don't want supporting the government. No. The truth is the truth is the truth. And we need to just love our country a little bit more and say to ourselves, when somebody tell us, because they interview 1,028 people, and 75% of them say, I gave bribe. What do the people understand what that bribe means? Because anybody can play with statistics. Did our people understand what they mean by bribe? Are you holding our people to Western standards? Do they understand? Do they feel when they get a policeman a bribe? Or now, if 1,028 persons, 75% of them can see, and that in your view is enough for us to say our country is the most corrupt country on planet Earth, what does it say about us? Are you really condemning the government, or are you condemning yourself in your own country? Sierra Leoneans have said no. This is not enough. This is not acceptable. We challenge this result. Sierra Leone get 84%. We get 75%. There's somebody writing Liberia is the most corrupt country on planet Earth. Is that enough? Is that really enough? The EITR process. France and other European powers are just joining the EITR process that we want metaphor for leading the way in this. Liberia won an award for leading the EITR process. What our EITR is that for the first time in our country, every cent we get from the extractive sector, that's what the EITR really is, for the extractive sector, is to be reported, audited, and accounted for by the independent watchdog group, whose board comprise they call them multi-stakeholders. They come from all sectors of the society, predominantly the civil society. Now, when these people do their report, they have done a full reconciliation report. The EITR process should not necessarily include agriculture and the forestry sector. We have enforced that if our EITR process will include the agriculture and the forestry sector, just to make sure the forestry sector is not a status, not EITR, not but we included it just to make sure that we are as best as we can, as clear as we can. The system works to benefit the majority of Liberians. But if people simply want to believe the words about themselves and about their country, thinking that they're doing it to somebody else, what can we do? How proactive can we be? But we take your recommendation on a serious advisement, and we'll do the best we can. But please, check some of these sites, the other sites, and see if the information you're looking for is not there. And this government is ready to engage with all of its citizens anywhere. And I will encourage the moderator to also exchange my numbers with you, just in case you can help us a little bit more. Right now, if you take on a role and say, look, gentlemen, the information here is not true. I went to this side for now. This information here is totally untrue. You will see what they will say to you next. They will say that the government just bribed you. Oh, man, don't mind that man. That man know what you're getting.
Well, Minister Brown, we're going to take the next one. Sorry if you are done here.
Okay.
But, Minister Brown, yes, I'm coming to you for a recommendation. We have a lot of people, so please condense the recommendation.
Okay, I'll try to be as brief as I can. But some of the questions are very exhaustive.
Yeah,
very well. Okay.
You can do that, Honorable Minister. You can do that, Honorable Man.
I will try.
Next person in line after this caller will be caller 9084. But now we're going to go to caller 80853. So, caller, please give us the recommendation.
Mr. Minister, I heard you say that how independent the independent journalists would be. I would admonish you either, because I'm one of those who go on all the government websites, especially for economic affairs and finance, because I have an economic and banking background. Okay, so I'm not one of those who is not informed about what the international community is saying about the Sirleaf administration. Okay, I'm not one of those who only spend 99% of my time on Front Page Africa. Okay, I balance my information sources. But I can tell you this much. What you need to do is you need to work out a strategy of a strong internet-based information source. You need to also have video recording. There's a guy who on YouTube is a Liberian. Every week he puts out new videos on Monrovia showing different impressive parts of this. No one paying him money. I doubt if anyone's paying him money. He does it. I said, well, if this guy is a private citizen and informing me about my country, people go there and say, wow, what's going on with that picture? What's going on? And he tries to come back and explain. You as information minister
you can put out a proactive internet, and I can help you do that for that information. You need to put, you need to put out a very visible, something that people will see pictures, people will see evidence, people will see video recording, and you will see more people will gravitate to that website, because it will also allow people to criticize you, but it will be more impactful and effective than the kind of criticism that go on Front Page Africa. That's my recommendation. The last recommendation I have to you is you need to tell Mr. Salif to fast track the court, the corruption court, and you need to get an independent auditor, a group of independent auditors, to review all John Malu audits that you claim were not credible audits, and publish them for the world to know that he did fiasco audits. You need to do that. Saying it here is not enough. You need to get a set of independent auditors to review his audits and to bring credibility issues to that to the work he did. Saying it here is only political. People will look at it as only being political.
I agree with you. You are so correct. But another thing I want to say before you run off, please check the MICAT website as well, www.micatliberia.com. Effective Monday, you will see a lot of stuff going up on there. Please make sure to spend some time looking at the MICAT website.
You need to advertise it. People need to be able to know that there's a lot of stuff, information out there. You need to do YouTube video recordings. People can see it.
We do that. We try to do that as well. Yes.
It's on to eyesight visibility more than anything else, I tell you. If you can show
I agree with you.
You'll be able to win. You'll be the best information minister Liberia has ever produced. Most of them sit there and don't do a thing. So you need to get proactive on your job. Thank you.
Thank you so much. But I look forward to an opportunity to engage with you further.
Minister Brown, Liberia Destiny Debater is going to be involved in a program where Liberians in Liberia will have the opportunity to send a video to our organization that whether it has to do with corruption or anything that has to do with the Republic of Liberia, whether it's to expose those who alleged are involved in corruption. They can go to our website and post up set of information to us, just as the gentleman was just talking about. So that website is going to be up sometime very soon. So, Minister Brown, we're going to take the next one. The next one is going to come from caller 9084. Your name and where you're calling from. I know you guys been in the queue for a very long time now. Caller 9084, your last number.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. My name is once more Bobley Sharif, and I'm calling from New Jersey.
Welcome to your program, my brother.
Thank you. Honorable Minister, thank you once again for coming on our show, and I really appreciate,
thank you, sir.
I really appreciate what all you have said so far, and
thank you, sir.
And it's well taken.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah. I just first of all, I just want to say something on the last issues that you're talking about. Journalists coming out with all kinds of sensational headlines in Liberia and about. Actually, we in the diaspora here, we try to get the best of information on our country, and so we go on national website. We look at international website as well, but most often is the national website that really give a lot of issues when it comes to the nations and pertaining to our people down there. So we read these things, and some of it actually might not be true, but some, of course, are true. But we try to get the best information out there, and some of it actually concern us, and we try to see who actually can address, especially on the Liberian Debater conference call. And we really appreciate you coming on. And
thank you.
With the news from Liberia, from the newspaper in Liberia that we read, Front Page, 1847, and others, Democrat newspaper, some of their issues are actually need to be addressed, and we post it to you. And if you know that actually you, the minister, are being accused of, defrauding certain amount from the government coffers, and actually it's not true, and then you go to that reporter We here read it from the paper website, and we expect if there's any rebuttal should be done to that paper website so that it will show us that actually what the writer wrote before, and this is why they coming all the way. Actually, the story was not true. It was misconstrued or something, blah, blah. Then, of course, we say, oh, yeah, that was a lie, this and that. But if not, we would still take it into consideration that, well, Minister Brown was accused of this, and actually it stands. If you said the president went there and wrote a report that actually, Mr. Brown, it was not, we still stand by our story. We here will say, well, I think there's a truth in it. So the only procedure I know that maybe you would take it to higher authority, that is taking the president to court. I mean, like one caller said, we have in the United States a journalist came up with a story from the White House, in which it was against national issues. So it was seriously they called the president was arrested. Right now the president is serving, and it happened. We know of a leakage from Snowden on the United States NSA or something. So right now they are pursuing him because it involves a national issue. It seriously disturbs the national security. So if such thing happen in Liberia, we expect you guys as a government to take a stand. Not because you want to have press freedom and this thing. We here, we take everything into consideration. I don't care who come out and say, like you talking right now, we want it to be addressed on our same website and coming out and say, oh, this one was wrong, or the person was taken to court, and then the court have something on the issue, and the person will lock out or something, then of course we'll consider that. My first question is on the Kobe issue. We know that Kobe was fired, and we understand that he stayed Palambulate, Monrovia in government vehicles, and even still going to the work. So I don't know what is the stand of the government right now when it comes to that, because it's a precedent that is very bad. Any other person can repeat if the president is fired from the position and the president going back using the same government vehicle, still going to that same office and working, and based on conflict of interest. I understand that there are some legislatures that they hand the whole thing, due to conflict of interest, and still continue going to that office and still continue using the government vehicle. So I would like for you to throw light on that. My second question is on dual citizenship. We know Liberia, most of the Liberian in the diaspora today was uprooted from the country due to the war, and they came in the diaspora and doing everything possible to help the other back home, especially those who are in the refugee camp. It was too bad, and they continue to do everything possible in order for them to get back on their feet and return to Liberia. Even when we're talking about reconstruction right now, there are so many thousands, millions of dollars going to Liberia from the diaspora in order to reconstruct Liberia. But when it comes to citizenship of those people in the diaspora, there's a big question mark to it. And the bill in Capitol Hill right now, and we don't know how far it's going. I don't know whether it's dead or not. And what are you guys actually doing about giving the right of citizenship to Liberians that flee the country due to the civil war, and they were opportune in other countries to get piece of paper there in order to benefit and get job to work and send a lot of money home in order to help other family members over there. Then when it comes to their citizenship in that land, which is Liberia, is being cautioned. So can you throw light on that? Thank you.
So, frankly, I'm one of those who believe that the right of citizenship, because our Constitution actually says no one should be denied life, liberty, or rights, if you will, except by due process of law. Okay. Now, I'm one of those, and I'm not a lawyer, but I'm one of those who believe that no Liberians should lose their citizenship because what I believe is the laws of citizenship should not be automatic because it's a right. I was born here. I have a right to be citizen here. Citizenship, I don't think it's a privilege. I think it's a right. I didn't choose to be born. I was born here. Okay, so I'm a citizen of this place. So you can't take that right away from me in my mind by, you can't make it automatic. Because you hear that I took paper, like you say, in another country to survive. Then it means you take that which is my birthright. You take it away from me automatically. Why are you to take it? Why? Look, but some lawyers argue on the other side that, the nationality law, whatever it is, it can be taken automatically. Okay. I really do believe that is one very important issue we need to address in this country. The legislature need to generate the courage. A lot of things have changed about us and about the world we live in. I said to somebody earlier that really we're 166 years old, but the truth of the matter is we're really not more than 5 years old now. Because a lot of things we are doing all over. We're learning how to walk. We're learning how to eat. We're learning how to be better managers. All of these things are work in process. Okay? So, issues such as who is a citizen? How can you lose citizenship? These are issues we need to put on the table and we need to examine. And some of us are advocating that this matter become part, if the Constitution says that this is the way we must go, then it must be part of a referendum that we must review. Too many things have changed. The circumstances that led to the creation of those kinds of law, are they still relevant today? When people left our shores in search of security, does that make it relevant today? I don't think so. I think we need to find the courage, and we need to say politics is not a part of this. Because frankly, remittances from the same people who you say not citizen comprise a significant portion of injection into our economy. How can you take more money that you say, no, you're not citizen? We need to alter that because our reality has changed. Now, on the issue of if you read this on one website, then necessarily you must go back to that website to clarify it, or else, I tell you what, if we keep doing that one, we'll put ourselves as the victims of everybody else. Because first of all, don't you believe the real thing that should happen before you publish? If you will say Louis Brown ate 100,000, that's not small. So the money the man can call, you can wonder whether the man actually no money. because yeah, I swear to God, 13 million lost. You can be asking yourself, they made no money. You think 13 million that's something that can just stay in your pocket, you just walk to the airport, you run away with it? It can't happen. So if you say somebody, don't you think the first duty of that website or that paper is to sit down with the man? What a rush to print. To sit down with the man and say, my man, we have this information that you took 100. Here is the evidence. Don't you think the paper who publish it owe a duty to you who will read it to go to the bank and they get return check, they get transaction, freedom of information law. You can write now the bank and say, I want to know everything about this transaction that I have information for. This is the honor obligation to give it to you. If it don't give it to you, you go to the information office. All of these things in our country. But no, you don't do it. When we carry the newspaper that say we'll corruptly eat 100 million. When we carry the paper to the printing press, to the press union of Liberia, when we complain, you know what one of the defense was? My man, your government will give you the same space to react. Instead of waiting for me, why didn't you wait? Why didn't you bring that story to me and say, my man, we have this story. What is your side of this story? Then I gave you my side. Then you publish. You say the evidence we have, according to check number this, Louis Brown stole collected 100,000. When we spoke to Louis Brown, he said he didn't sign a check and this. Then you have a balanced story. But especially you who are in the diaspora, places like America, you read newspapers every day. You see how the people balance their story, and we're not saying lie for us, but you see the professional duty of care to balance the story. 90% of the time, what you have is a story that will just say, hey, my man, but let me hear yourself. My man, somebody come and preach something about you. My man, you better come or else. What is that? What is that? At some point, we have to say, go ahead, pray what you want to pray. Pray, say it with me, pray what you want to pray. At some point, we have to develop the courage to say no. Go pray what you want to pray. When the truth comes up, people were printing the 13 million as if the EU must stop. No money must come to Liberia again because Liberia was stealing. The EU came back and said, but that is not the case. This was budget support, and we believe in the transparency, and the government will account for every money before we get additional money. The same people that were saying the World Bank money is being squandered, the World, as they were saying it, the World Bank met and approved $11.1 million in additional disbursement for Liberia. Why are we doing this? Why are we doing this? My brother, if we develop a policy that will go to the same website I keep publishing, the website will keep publishing trash so we can go back there to get it correctly. What time will work? What time will do your own work for our country? This is the problem we are having. And we want to make sure, look, recently the Supreme Court handed down a ruling against one paper. What has the paper been publishing? From the day they handed down that ruling, the paper has been publishing that the government trying to shut the paper down. Because this is a long, drawn-out case against one Dr. Christo, former Minister of Agriculture. I think he was the first Minister of Agriculture appointed by President Selling on first term. The man went to court, he sued. That case has been there. The man won the case in the lower court. The paper took an appeal to the Supreme Court. The paper reached the Supreme Court. The paper did not perfect the appeal. They just left it hanging and say no lawyer in the country get media information to defend them. The Supreme Court came down with a ruling. They said the Supreme Court corrupt. The Supreme Court is a plan by the government to shut the paper down. What is this? You really don't believe, because somebody go to court, then that means it's a plan on the part of the government to shut. Somebody who no longer working in the government, somebody who are dismissed, say this paper lie on me, I'm taking you to court. These are the perception I want you out there to try to measure as well. Sometimes it's not just about you defend yourself. Sometimes it's just about common sense too. Does this really make sense? Does this actually make sense? You think the people will be giving us the money and we just squandering it, we just stealing it, and they still keep continue giving the money because they said they can't make Liberia a success story? That's not true. I just told you how much I make. I make $2,300 in allowance. I make $15,000 or $16,000. I'm not sure about it right now, but not more than $16,000 in Liberian dollar salary. Divide that by 75. I think it comes to around $200 a month. I get $800 in gas and fuel. $800. Divide that by between $4.20 to $4.50. That is where it fluctuates. That's what I get every month from the government of Liberia. All right. I publish it. One journalist wrote on the FOR to find out. He assumed, I want to know how much you're getting for fuel for your horse. I want to know how much you're getting for this, for that. I want to know how much your horse allowance and your horse rent. When I reply, I actually wrote him back. He never published the response. Never published it because it didn't make sense to him to publish. He thought he was going to catch me that, government gave me $2 million in gas and fuel. Then he was going to say, the country's suffering. No hospital. And the ministers are squandering all our money on gas. When from the day I replied him again in the letter, he never published it. But fortunately, I sent it to other media outlets. they publish it. Because the impression is nobody in this country giving service. Everybody's stealing. Everybody trying to find out. And we have to, this negative prophecy about our own country, we have to check it. We have to stop. So I understand you. I agree with you. We need to do more to verify information. But if we spend all our time and say, okay, Mama, publish, I will go back to that same site for you to unpublish, trust me. The work we have to do in this town, because everybody will publish anything and say, oh, Mama, no, can't see us. Then, and sometimes they reaction about you. You insist you want a retraction and you carry my version of the story. They say, my man, that my people, I haven't read the public, why I won't publish. What do you do? What do you do?
Minister Brown, what's the issue of Robert Kebby?
Yeah, go ahead. Go ahead. Let me take another question.
He touched the issue of Robert Kebby.
Oh, yes. About him going to office. Look, because, you see, the president was trying to be very careful with this. Kebby, even though nominated and appointed by the president, does not report to the president. He reports to the legislature. That was all trying to remove the level of influence the executive can bear on this man, on the office of Auditor General. So, when this issue broke about lack of disclosure, which is why the president, that's the cause, but the president can dismiss him for cause, and she must communicate that cause to the legislature, because somebody who reports to them, they don't want to figure out some money, the president can just fire Auditor General. Some people, again, try to play politics with it. When the president communicated this cause, it's not I don't think the legislature needs to concur or not concur. If the cause is not deemed sufficient, Mr. Kebby has the option of going to court and say, this is not sufficient cause for my dismissal. But some people start playing politics. But I think where we are with that is that he no longer goes to the office. I think that matter is resolved. Winston Nanka, who was deputy to John, the former Auditor General Molu, and I think he was deputy as well to Kebby, has been asked to hold over the office. He has been appointed acting Auditor General, and he is holding over the office. So initially, there was that ambivalence as to whether there must be concurrence here or there must not be concurrence here, and so people try to, again, as always, play politics with very simple matters. But no, I think Winston Nanka is acting, is holding over, and we suspect that he will do a good job.
Thank you, Minister Brown. Minister Brown, we got a lot of people. I will keep telling you this, but if you have the time, we can.
Yeah, keep hearing the beep. Go ahead.
People keep calling. So we're going to take the next one. The next one is going to come from caller 0853. Your name and where you calling from?
Oh, thanks very much, Mr. Moderator. Honorable Brown was online today. I don't have patience, but I decided to stay forever. But thank you, Mr. Host, and thank you, Honorable Brown. It's a pleasure to have you.
Thank you so much.
Yeah. I call you Comrade Brown because we all are you. I heard you say a bunch of yeah. Comrade Brown, we are you. I mean, we did a bunch of stuff today, but that's okay. It's a pleasure to have you today. You said a lot of interesting things, and from my perspective, you opened a couple of worms. And okay. That's what I like about you. You have the energy, and you're a little tough talker. With no disrespect. You're a tough talker, and that's why you're information minister. That's why we got here today. But I'm going to have you really address a couple of issues here. Some are going to be on your corruption issue, and I'm going to tie that in with some technical issues, I think. Because like, we're talking about corruption, people are talking about, the other man did the other one, But I think, you keep being too defensive, and I feel that's not too fair. You see,
I'm sorry if I come across.
No. Let me finish, comrade. Let me finish. You're being relative.
I'm listening.
You're being too defensive. So I profit as the traditional role of the information minister. But if you do that, it contradicts you in a little way. Because you also said that, because you said that, Pope should start criticizing, people start shooting. But you see, when the people here, let me tell you, and I are universal library, but you guys are big brothers to us, and you see, like, the late community faculty, he was my colleague, but you guys were big brothers. You see, people learn from their mentors. People learn from their mentors. Even when I want to blow for the election, my cousin, love my wife or uncle, I'm going to vote for Louis Brown because he wants to go for office of senator. I said, why? He said, you know, I said, okay. They know you are a tough talker. But you see, you criticize the Selly government when you're once part of the Tata government that was considered the most corrupt. I mean, when it comes to human rights, forget it, out of the hook. And you play a key role there, comrade. And that government was very corrupt. And I don't understand how, when that government collapsed, you started criticizing Madam Selly. And after that criticism, you now are part of the government. So now people are criticizing because they are not part of the government. And you can't problem with that. No, come chill. You're tough talker.
I'm listening.
Okay, but you want to come now, you can put out there that be tough talker to you. And you can't problem with that. You can't problem with that. And I've been listening to you keenly. And let me not take too much of your time now because we can address the thing. Now, you are shooting the government down. You are shooting the government down. And after shooting the same government down, you can't say, don't shoot down your government. I read down. Oh, they are shooting down the government. Why should you do that? But you are shooting the government down. And now you're not shooting the government because you're part of the government. And other people are shooting the government down now. And I mean, I'm not saying shoot it. I'm saying a relative term because they see corruption. And let me tell you something. People are in Liberia and people are out of Liberia. And with no disrespect to our brothers and our mothers in down West Point, I mean, we said the waters are anyway. With no disrespect. You see, you said yesterday, I'm judging for what you said. What they put in the street, know about the definition of corruption. The recordings are there. They say, why do the Liberia people? Why you know that you go interview 1,300 people, and I don't know what the number is called, and 75% say this. They come in, we are university with this demographic. We know what we call sample space. If you have a sample of 1,000 and some more, you have 75% responded positively. As an information minister, that's a serious issue right there. You can't in no way sway that and say, because the person is educated. Don't say that. And let me tell you another thing, you can respond to them when you come in. Let me tell you something. You mentioned about testing with another. For me, I know wherever here, I know the Washington Post don't report anything on that, bro, easily. I know in New York, I'm not easily report easily. Challenge that. I go to the local newspapers, and I like to listen to the local press. I know sometimes they are not okay, but most times they see a lot. But they are suppressed. Because how far do the cases go? Now, let me tell you one thing you mentioned about the leader at the port. I'm speaking for a technical background. There was a dresser at Post Final. And a guy with a technical background, I read a document he wrote. I've been tracking him. He challenged the cost of that project that I know they will offer out there. And she told me to say somebody else, and the government is not listening. You panelists are key thing you're supposed to be listening to. Let me bring you to that comment. When people do dredging, the info is trying to dredge the Freeport Morovia. It requires not just dredging, trying to deepen the channel. The key important thing you have to look at is whether dredge material are going to be placed. Because they are serious confident it's contaminated mercury, or they can kill your citizens. If it destroys the environment, it will kill the people around it. And those are issues that I would address. Put it here. They put to dredge the Freeport. You probably listen to key things to be listened to. They only look at you and they say the government like this. People are speaking, people are not listening to people. Now, why people feel so apprehensive? Why people are not believing in the government? You don't need to believe in your country. Come here. Let me tell you one thing. Let's say it for myself. I never drink beer. I can come down my lower if I never drink beer. My little girl came on the second floor. I just explained what she said. And for some of misbehaving. And then she came to play and they saw me drinking beer. They went to their mother to say, but daddy, they want to say they don't trust me in the city. They want to put it another way. So how can you believe your country if Because of that 20 is what you believe in. Show me one person doing charter government that is doing for massive corruption. Show me one person right now that has been fully persecuted in Liberia. Because in America, we got $7 million in jail, we got senators in jail, we got all kinds of people in jail for corruption. While the people not feel that the government is corrupt, now one person wants to jail. And then you say again, the voice in Liberia is the poorest, Liberia is the poorest. Don't say Liberia is the poorest. Indeed, Liberia is the poorest. Liberia is really very, very poor. Look at West Point already eroded. Every year, there's no more West Point. You know, there's no more West Point. Tell them there's no more West Point. Look at the marshal. Look at where the minister sits. Go to Sekora. See how people live. Liberia is in poverty, extreme poverty. And now, finally, what are we doing about trade intelligence? What are we doing about trade intelligence in Liberia? Because there's a huge issue on the global market. Most people are dying right now because of fake medication and medicine are being traded on the Liberian market. I just did a huge research lately, and America is facing a huge challenge when it comes to fake drugs that are being placed on the American market. Then once upon a time, our cost of border is checking for nothing. So what are we doing on trade intelligence, comrade? Thank you, sir.
Thank you. You gave me a loaded plate. Let me try to run through. You gave me a loaded plate with again a lot of perception issues. You draw conclusions in your head. And if I don't synchronize the conclusion in your head, if I don't agree with it, then I have faltered from who I am. That's a very difficult position to put me in. But let me try. Let me try. Well,
I think you're talking about you go ahead, you're cute. Go ahead. I wish you had to but I look at it. You should trade intelligence. Please go ahead.
All right. Let me tell you this. I have not suggested to you that we don't have problems with corruption. I have never suggested that. And anybody who has followed me throughout have listened to me, I have not suggested that. But let me step back and say to you also that, there are a lot of things that we have to change about our country going forward. And I'm not saying it because I'm in the government. And that's the mistake we keep trying to make. One of the problems is if you criticize from outside, what is my alternative? Whether or not I am an opposition figure, and I am, from without, Chuck Hagel, the Secretary of Defense of the United States, is a Republican. There is nothing wrong with serving your country from another political party perspective. Nothing wrong, except that you must not bring your political party into the public space. If I go to the Ministry of Information and I act as if I'm NPP in the Ministry of Information, then I have violated the public trust. I go there as a Liberian qualified to do that job. I don't go there as a UP partisan. I don't go there as an NPP partisan. I don't go there opposite. I go as a Liberian. Now, the character of being in the government and out of the government are two different characters. As an outsider, if I'm not in the government and I saw something wrong, I have a duty to raise that matter. Depending on the gravity of it, I can elect to write the president privately, or I can choose to raise it for the public conversation, for the public dialogue. The character of being in a government, if I saw something wrong in the government, I have access to the national decision-making process. I don't go to the City Hall and deliver a speech. I go into cabinet and raise the matter, or I call the president and say, Madam President, I need a conversation around this day. Say, come in, let's have a conversation about that. I now have access and influence. That's the difference we need to understand. This government is not owned by President Sirleaf. It is owned by the people of Liberia. The administration is led by President Sirleaf. Before you came on, one of the things I explained to some of the colleagues is that when President Sirleaf called me to ask me to please serve in her government a second term. I raised the matter with a host of my friends to get their advice. And some people say, do it. Some people say, don't do it. Some people say, she's setting you up. But I think it is the character of the new country we want to build. That critics, as well as non-critics, can be invited to serve. It is an honor to try to do something better or different that you have criticized. It is not good enough to simply criticize from outside without getting your hands dirty trying to change it. If I believe I cannot influence it to change, I will walk away from it. I owe myself, I owe my country that duty and that obligation. But why I am in the government with the access, treated like every cabinet minister who comes from UP or any other party, to enjoy the access of being a formulator as well of public policy and opinion, I can't move from there and go outside, act as if I don't have access, and raise a government matter that I should raise around the table. Our people are not interested in all of the problems. It's just hearing problems. People are interested in solutions. Our duty has to be to help to give them solutions. What I'm saying is I don't begrudge, and I have never said, and you can go back to all the recordings, that I'm vexed with anybody who is criticizing the government. I will never be, and the day anyone is no longer criticizing the government, I will leave the government. Because criticism is an opportunity for us to get better. It's not an opportunity to get worse. Criticism is not wrong.
You said put salary, and not eating up that government because of the corruption report that came about Liberia, and then hold this in the poor corrupt, No, but
don't take my word for it. No, wait, let me say what I said. Don't take my word for it. Go to the Sierra Leone website. Sierra Leone beat Liberia. Sierra Leone got 84%. Liberia got 75%. Liberia website calling Liberia the most corrupt country on planet Earth.
No,
Sierra Leoneans are saying...
You can't say, you see, most people can sometimes speak from emotion, and most people don't know when to use a superlative greatest. In fact, most people master's degree, PhD, one of your companies we know, I don't want to call it your counselor, but you sat here and said someone was the greatest liar on earth. How can you say someone was the greatest liar on earth? You can't know who's the greatest. You know what I'm saying? So I mean, we just you have to listen. I mean, we got to have a look at the emotion. The company you got to go. So wrap it up.
But that's the point I'm trying to get all of us to see. That sometimes when you read these things, don't just jump on it as ultimate truth. Go to the TI. They said they were quoting from Transparency International website. I went to the TI website. I read the report. Sierra Leone, Ghana, not just Sierra Leone, Ghana, Taiwan, and many other countries in our neighborhood are objecting to the report. They are saying those who claim they did this study have not done fair to their country. We don't know. You did demographics. Anybody can throw out statistics about your country. I'm simply saying, when people say your country is corrupt because they interview they said they did face-to-face interview with 1,028 persons. 75% of those persons said that they gave bribe in the last 1 year. 90% of the people that say they gave bribe to the police people. I'm saying the people who do it. First of all, go look at the questions they ask. Go to the TR website. Read the question. How many Liberians walking the street will understand the implications of those questions? Did the people understand what they were asking? Is it not fair question for us to ask those who, when you ask the TR people, they say, no, I'm coming out, let me finish.
Librarians take a lot of bribe, comrade. Librarian officials take a lot of bribe to come and forget it.
Now you see, where I come in now. But let's not argue this now. Let me make my own point. Let's not argue this. Let me make my own point now. I'm asking you to go to the TR website.
You get a few minutes to come in. Let the minister learn, please. Sorry.
Yeah, I'm not saying to you, Liberians don't take bribe. That's not what I'm saying to you. Bribe in a sense in America, is that what our people understand to be bribe in Liberia? That's my question I'm asking. It's a cultural thing. When you sit in a taxi, and the next time you hear, when you ride a taxi in real area, and the policeman say, my man, kill that boss, and the people scream in the car, officer, my man will rush him back. My man, can you mention something? Does the people in the car understand they are offering bribe and they are violating the law? That's the question I'm asking. Go and read a set of questions that they asked to Liberians, that they say they did face-to-face interview with. Read the questions they asked yourself. Our people really understand these questions that they were answering? But more than that, I'm not just saying Sierra Leone, Ghana, Taiwan, many other countries have challenged the validity of the report and the generalizations that came out of the report. You did demographics. All of us know what they will not tell you where the sampling occurred. They say the sample 1,028. Is that sample size enough to declare a country to be most corrupt? Is that sampling size enough? That's what Sierra Leoneans are saying. You're not fair to us. Where did you conduct this interview? Did you conduct the interview across the country? Or did you take Montserrat? If you ask people walking around in Monrovia that are broke, that are hungry, that are influenced by the daily politics, if you ask them, is your government corrupt? What do you think more than likely the response will be? If you ask the same question for the people around the Jackson F. Doe Hospital in Capital, what do you think the response is going to be? Who will be seeing a referral hospital of any quality in the world for the first time in their country? What do you think the response to be? So I'm saying, if you just walk around Monrovia streets with people that are influenced by the daily issues of politics, and you ask them, you think your government corrupt, more than likely they respond. I'm surprised that 100% didn't say yes. And that's all that I'm saying. I'm not suggesting to you that we should never criticize. Why should we not? All of us will not have the same methods of doing the same thing. We'll not have the same perception, the same ideas. We must criticize each other because it makes our society better. We must never become a society that is afraid of criticism. We must never become a society that shuts down. That's why somebody said earlier, let's be proactive. Let's worry about security situation. Let's make sure people don't violate. You see, the American standard is so strong and developed over more than 200 years. Ours is weak and feeble. I don't believe, for instance, strength in a government is, every paper that gets wrong, we get into court, or we accuse them of violating the national interest, or any online survey that says, let's get Liberia to Egypt, we simply just go and arrest people. I believe that is wrong. It against everything I stand for. I will never be in a government that is shutting down newspapers. So we have today more unregistered newspaper publishing than at any point. We have more unregistered radio station publishing than at any point, because I believe freedom is just breaking up on our shoes. It will take some time for all of us to perfect it and understand the responsibility we have to it. Now, in terms of some of the other issues you raised, my dear comrades, my brother, we are working every day in this country to try to make it better, to try to change it. The evidence is everywhere. Sometimes when you draw the image you can draw of the country from where you are, it's not the image that is here. And that's all I'm trying to get you to see as well. You say nothing in West Point is finished, is dead. Let me tell you something. Claratown. It used to be a flooded place. Children didn't even have a playground. Go and see Claratown now. Go and see. Go and see the back there that was the Doe community. Go and see the facility that's there for people to engage in recreation. Go and see the clinics. Now we have about a major hospital in every county. We have more people within reach of health facilities than at any point. Today, I was discussing with health workers that are on strike, demanding additional salary, demanding that more people be placed on the payroll. We are looking into their grievances as well. We're not saying it is perfect at home, but we are saying we are a far cry from what we were back in 2006, for instance. We have made leaps and bounds going forward. Even in terms of the Millennium Development Goals. The president of ECOWAS just reported at the last ECOWAS summit that Liberia is among one of 7 countries to meet the goal of poverty reduction, averaging 7.5% annual growth per year. The president of the World Bank indicated poverty is falling at the rate of 1.3%. Liberia and Madagascar are standout performers. Are we interested in these reports? Are we interested? Anything that makes us look good, why are we not interested in it? I'm not saying everything should make us look good. I'm not saying don't criticize because you also. No, criticize. But let us base it on facts. Let us let the evidence speak clearer than our emotions. Because you see, some of you will be influenced, but you know that some people are writing other emotions. But some of you will be influenced. Look at Obama recently renewed the stuff on elements of the former regime. How was that reported? Go back to Front Page Africa and read the way they wrote the report. They started to link. It can be recalled that Liberia has been determined to be the most corrupt country on planet Earth. The man simply said, and even in the man report to Congress, he said, although Liberia has made progress, but nobody, you see, that's what I'm talking about, love of your country. When you shoot your own country down like that, you're not helping your country. You're not making yourself look better. Because if all of us say Liberia is the most corrupt country, which is not what the TR said, and the TR website is there, and nobody telling you say that the government's going to challenge it, and everybody writing there say, yeah, that's true. They'll move the woman. Why are we talking about, why are we advocating short-circuiting the democratic process that too many people give their lives for? The way to change government is to do it through the ballot box. Go and read some of the comments. Go to Egypt, overthrow, bring us down, drag us from there. Is that the best we can do for our country, comrade? That's what I'm talking about. Let's base our criticism on truth. Don't condemn. Many times, one of my weaknesses I've been accused of is that we don't respond enough to condemn. And my answer has always been simple. I'm not going to respond to every condemnation of the government. We need to give people confidence that they can condemn as well. And that's what we need to do. Now, as to what I call it, patent, trade, you raised some kind of issue about commercial trade and what are we doing to protect trade intelligence, substandard goods. And your premise is, if it is happening in America, then God forbid it's killing the people in Liberia. Look, we have a pharmaceutical board that is monitoring inflow and outflow of drugs in our country. Fortunately for us, I just read the report, the World Bank report, and please, let's go back. There's so many reports on Liberia that people don't take as credible, but they're not written by Liberia. Take the World Bank 2011 report. World Health Report 2011. Go and read it. Liberia is one of the least incident countries of AIDS because of the kinds of programs. Liberia is on track to make Millennium Development Goal number 4, which is infant mortality, under 5 mortality reduction. We are on track to, and you know we started really because up until 2006 there were insecurity and complications back and forth. We really started tackling this since 2006. I'm not asking for people to praise the government. I believe we'll be vindicated by the actions that we have taken over time. And rarely does a government in power get all the props in a second term. I believe President Obama is himself finding this out that is one of the most difficult things to do. Second term, everybody preparing for farewell. At the same time, people want to find out who will replace. So all of these things play into it as well. But I'm saying, go and read some of these reports. We have a pharmaceutical board. They're working overtime with the limited resources and the capabilities that we have to make sure from immigration service all over, drugs don't enter our country without proper inspection. And whenever we find it, we shut it down, we throw it out of our country. So we're doing the best we can under the circumstances. Can we do more? Yes, we can. I'm not saying that no corruption in Liberia. How can I ever say that? But I'm saying to you, most of the cases you hear, and somebody suggested to me, which I think was a fine thing, get a set of independent auditors to review a host of these audit reports and let them themselves come out and say, look, the way these things were done, but again, we'll get mixed up in politics because somebody will say, oh, somebody wanted to run, and they put people together to condemn the man, and that's why it's going to happen. And that's everything is interpreted in terms of politics in second term. We realize that, but we got to start to stay focused. I'm asking you to also help the process. There's too many information on Liberia that's available there. Some of these things we ourselves need to verify. And if we start calling some of the online services, if we start calling each other to book, because sometimes I follow
the minister just for another minute again. I guess we just have to wait for a few more minutes, and when he comes back, we will basically take 2 more questions because we still have a lot of people in the queue, but I don't think we're gonna take everyone tonight, but it depends on the minister again, not from my end, because for me, I can go for another hour. I don't really care. I'm here to serve the Liberian people and those in the diaspora. So, okay, the minister is back with us. Minister Brown, we still have a lot of people in the queue, but it's totally up to you.
Yeah, okay. So let's go. You know that I'm coming from school. So we gotta try to. But I just want to end by saying, there's a lot of information out there on Liberia. They are not from, when somebody say TRC, the TRG website. Before you say carry Liberia to Egypt, bring the government down, just go to the website too and say, but is this really true? When somebody say Obama say Liberia is threatening U.S. foreign policy interest, to go back to and they say they lifted it from, you just have access to that source. When you verify and you realize that this is not what the person said, then at least all of us say, Mamelo, you have to stop this kind of reporting. Because this is not correct for our country. That's all I'm trying to say, comrade. And I know I may not have persuaded you right now, but I believe that, look, there's a lot of work to be done in our country, and all of us can do it well. Let us criticize each other, but let us also be constructive because our country needs all the help it can get to move forward. I'll end on that note.
Thank you. Mr. Collins, you got 1 minute to give your recommendations. To
the thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Moderator. I know you have to go. Thank you, Comrade, very much. You are very explanatory. I mean, thank you very much. I know we Comrade always hit each other, but let me just make a quick correction.
Yeah, no, it's okay, man. You know we always do that in there.
Yeah, Comrade, when you say when I mentioned about West Point, said we left each other quite a long time, all have different background right now. When I said look at West Point is gone, I was speaking from a technical perspective. That's why when I come to Monrovia, hopefully, after I've done my research, I'm going to come to your office because you're going to be a patron to the organization I'm going to form called the Liberian Shoal and Beach Conservation Society. Because I'm very concerned.
Oh, I will look forward to it. Any way I can help, I will help.
I have a background in ocean engineering. I mean, also in maritime systems. So when I mentioned West Point, there's a technical research. If you look at it, there's what we call a long-shore transport. Because we have what we call a breakwater over there, it's derailed what you call long-shore transport. And because of that derailment, that's why you see a whole of West Point. You know, there's no more West Point. That's the perspective I was speaking from. Our beaches and our shores need to be managed from a technical perspective. So I wasn't trying to be mean to condemn. But
no. I'm not taking it in that light as well. No, I haven't. So but one of the things we're trying to do.
I don't know how we look at it for America, we all share the same view. We're all living over there, and we came here for different reasons. Some people brave the storm to be over there. But if we can come home tomorrow and come and help the country, it's better. So I ain't talking about no politics. I'll be coming. The Liberian Shoal and Beach Foundation. So everybody that's listening on this program,
will be here to receive you with open arms, and any help we can give, we'll try to give. But one of the things, the long-term solution as well, is to create. That's why one of the things the president did when she went to Guinea-Bissau, before all this noise about blood money from Guinea-Bissau and the men not ruling correct, we try to create low-cost housing. Some of the things you are talking about, we can't do it unless we relocate people. You know, and that's some of the things. We've got to create enough low-cost housing facilities to move our people into. It's not enough to just tell a man you are squatting here, move from here. Where is he going to go? Every citizen has a right to every part of the country. You can't say because the man came from Grand Crew during the war and he in Liberia, he must go by the Grand Crew. To do what there? People, yes, we want each country to be populated. We want development to go across each country. But one of the things people need to do, some people came to Monrovia for the first time, they saw Kota Road. They don't go back to Dusty Road. If we have a plan to connect all the county capitals by Kota, which asphalt, which we call quota, that we are trying to do already. But the point still is, people feel that now that I've come here, I need opportunity here. If I will not enjoy that opportunity, my children will enjoy it. So we're trying to create low-cost housing all across the various counties. The people from Equatorial Guinea have promised us they will send a team to it. Then we start accusing them of having blood money. So that progress has been stalled for a while, but we hope we can revive it again.
Okay, thank you so that. Thank you very much. The other work I called for you.
Thank you so much, my brother. Thank you so much.
Minister Brown, it's totally up to you, but you still have a lot of Liberians in the diaspora that have questions. But
let me take a few more. Let me take at least 5 and be as brief as I can. Then we can call it a night.
It's
if you don't mind.
To have you on, Minister Brown. You are the minister that usually when we come on, you spend like 3 hours with us or more than that. That is the longest time we have ever hosted a minister. So that tells a great thing about you. And I hope that Salif, never you should take a different job for any other government other than being an information minister, because you.
No.
You know how to sell. You know how to sell. I can tell you that. Minister Brown, we're going to take the next one. The next one is coming from caller 5708. And name where you calling from? That was just a joke, Minister.
7508.
Yes, that's you. Go ahead, Halawanga.
Yeah, okay. This is Jim Halawanga. I'm calling from St. Louis. Hello, Mr. Brown, Honorable Brown.
Is it a Halawanga I know?
Yeah, that's a Halawanga you know. Jay, hello.
How are you? You're in St. Louis?
Yeah, in St. Louis, yeah.
All right, very well, my brother.
Yeah, okay.
Your family doing well.
Okay. I just want to touch on 3 points of a lot of topics, but I just want to touch on 3 points. One has to do with the Kebe issue reconciliation and 1 or 2 things. Mr. Brown, on the line of reconciliation, I think the last time you never came on the show, I was telling my small brother, D-Flow, the way Liberia have been, because reconciliation is a process. When I work in your office, I can remember there was this lady was the first president of the General Assembly, and she came from our country. I think she's there now. They call her Angie Bruce Randa. Angie Bruce Randa wrote the government at the time that she was blind and then she needed money, and I think you work over fearlessly. I think the government gave that maybe I'm not remember 10 or 15,000 at the time. Then quite recently, he died. I think he was in how you call it before how they call that thing, children home or some kind of home they get here, metal home.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean. Yeah, you see, all the thing it's not reconciliation. What I'm seeing is what happens. Another official of government leaves power, or what happens, Mr. Manasseh leaves power tomorrow. There must be a set of rule or something that's set aside for former officials of government. A well-educated woman that who served the government of our country were begging our country to send her money at the time. And I know it has been happening. That is not right. And one thing I came there, I saw something called Social Security and whatsoever. We have Social Security over there. People who are working, they are not getting anything at all. Let's say 200, 300. Something must be put aside. At least. Then they will have, when they are old, okay, then they will be able to put their hand there to support themselves. But nothing on the program that I do. I don't know. You see, because all these things are very important. Because right now, what I'm doing, I'm doing skilled administration with emphasis in terrorism, and we discussed that terrorism is about to go in the horn of Africa because most of the people that are very poor and they can be recruited at the center. These are some of the things that cause about rebel war. How can somebody work at the end of the day? You don't even know whether you can even get money to support yourself when you are old. So these things are very important. About Mr. Kebe, I don't know, but I was looking at it like they said there are some rules that say that it had to be with the legislature when the president dismissed the Auditor General. But I was looking at it like if that is the reason, and Kevin didn't want to go off to office, but what I heard from you is they have been settled. But I was looking at it, it's a bad precedent for a president to dismiss somebody and the person said they're not even giving any other thing.
Kevin is already out.
Yeah. I'm just
Naka Wesley is.
Yeah. So besides that, I just want to tell you guys that because myself was in government before, I just want to tell you guys that because you use the advisor, because life is just simple. When you leave government tomorrow, you'll meet your friends tomorrow. Interact with people that you will meet with them tomorrow, because you will not be as official of government forever. Because the people that you're speaking with now, maybe one of them will be one of the officials of government. So you will learn how to
absolutely.
These are very important for reconciliation. So I rest my case. Thank you.
Thank you so much, my brother. I trust that your family is well. You are right. Look, that's why I said our country may be 166, but we are actually 5 years old. Halawanga, you are right. One of the things we have to do, even in fighting corruption, is to make retirement attractive. Part of the reason people have this vulnerability towards being corrupt is that people are afraid that when they finally leave government, after all the high prestige and all the government car you're riding, and this, when you leave government, you're going to look for Tessie, people are going to laugh at you. They say, somebody showed me today a former minister. The way the guy living, my man, it's not easy. Sometimes you start to say to yourself, but if we don't make retirement attractive, but if we put in and all of these are being worked on, because the civil service has done biometrics now, they're doing barcode where it will be difficult now to just have people on the payroll with a proper identity. We're rethinking the whole social security thing from the cradle to the grave. So everybody can have some kind of number that we can trace and we can track and we can do. More than that, we need to be able to pay into a fund. We got to, my father worked all his life. I saw him work at the GFK all his life. In the end, he was getting $75 Liberian a month. What is that? If that is what somebody's going to look at and say that I'm entitled to, that what I'm going to get, can you imagine what's going to happen to our country? It's going to be difficult to fight corruption. If we don't put in a system that says, if you give a portion, when you die, your family entitled to this, your kids entitled to that, and this is what you get until you die, as long as you are unemployed. By the time you reach 25, these are things. There is an elaborate program. Presentation was made to the cabinet. There's an expert that came that's been working with the civil service to put that into place. I'm hoping that by the next fiscal year, that program will be because the cabinet gave its approval for this program to be talked through and represented to us, so that we can finally give approval. If there are legislation, if there are things that need to be done, we do it and send it to the legislature, they pass on it, so that civil servants know that you have a life or a future after serving. So you don't need to put your hand in a cookie jar. Because if you put your hand in a cookie jar, we'll catch you when we dismiss you, you will lose all the benefits that you could have and your family could have after you for serving the country. The last thing I would say on that as well, is that we need to make public service attractive. This high suspicion that everybody in public service are rogue, the people just stealing, is making public service unattractive. There are some very qualified people that are in America there now. If you tell them, say, Mama can't go where you going, they'll say, Mama, I beg you. One of my men just came from Dakar, Senegal, where he was working for he was working for Radio Senegal. It was West Africa Radio, they were paying him. I asked him, I said, my man, can't assist us here at the Ministry of Information. He said, my man, I want to go my job. I want to wear a consultant. ERBC called him and said, my man, you're an expert. The man who was working on West Africa Radio. ERBC called him and said, my man, can't work for. He said, my man, I'm doing government job. No way, I finish with government. I can never work in government. I think everybody that it is becoming a disincentive. We got to learn that. Look, public service is a duty and an obligation we have as well. Each of us can be in public. But I know plenty of you are listening to me. If I ask you to replace me as Minister of Information, but volunteer that, my man, I know. My son can go to America and do something else, or my son can go find different life, or my second. So I always say, you don't want it. Because the first suspicion is that you're only taking it because you can see. You are a rogue. It can really, really hurt. And some of these things, our children read it. Daddy, they actually say you stole this. Is that true? Then you have to go explain to your children, actually, don't believe all the things you read. Our press is not as sophisticated, or nor is there that level of commitment to the truth that did you hear Messiah? Or they say, no, they didn't quote you in the story. Don't you think they were supposed to quote me? Yeah. But they didn't ask you? No, they didn't ask. What kind of president? How do you deal with these kinds of things? Yes, we need to do more, but we need to make public service attractive. If not by the salary, then by the common respect. The other night, I was dropping some people from my office home. We had worked there very late. There was around midnight. We're leaving the office, and I said, let me drop you all home. The people were using the new constructed, I don't know they call it casually, but SKD Boulevard, the one that goes through 72nd. The road is so wide and constructed now that it's really 4 lanes. So there was this bus ahead of me with people loaded in the bus, and the guy kept zigzagging. Whether he was not sure he was 4 lane, he kept zigzagging. So I managed by the next speed breaker, because the road is so wide, they put speed breaker there. You know, children, all living, families living up and down, people just running up and down. So at the next speed bumper, I slowed down by the bus and said, my man, slow down. The place is too lean. You just zigzagging. Be careful. The whole bus, everybody just scream, oh, man, minister, go, man. I said, oh, even the people good out asking the top for the way people rebuff me. It's like, once you're a minister, once you get old car, you pass it, you don't want to get the money that you're enjoying, life good for you, you're stealing, you're mean, you're not defying it to all of us. So all of you corrupt. We got to make public service attractive. Yeah, next.
Yes, Minister Brown, we'll take the next one. The next one is going to come from, sorry that we didn't come because you already, as Ariwanga, you already gave your recommendation before your question, so we're just going to go to the next caller. The next caller will be caller 1398. The name and where you're calling from.
It is Philip Freeman calling from Atlantic City.
Welcome to Liberia Destiny Debaters.
Thank you very much. Mr. Minister, I want to thank you very much for the coverage and for the time you take to explain things to us. You see, we all.
Thank you, my brother. Thank you.
I like the courage because we are from Liberia, and I was there. To be frank,
yeah,
I will tell you the fact. Right now, the improvement I have been in Liberia, I appreciate that more than the time I was there. People have done a lot. Yeah, but
thank you.
I need to do more. Let's say, for example,
thank you.
2 years ago, I went to Liberia. A policeman arrested me to say I had wrong parking.
Oh.
He took my American license. He gave me a ticket.
Mm-hmm.
And by right, this ticket, when he gave me a ticket, he's supposed to report my license to the police station. When I pay for the ticket, then I get my license back. It was supposed to mean 2 days for me to come. I went to the police station. I paid my ticket. That policeman had the license in his pocket. Carried home, never reported the license to the police station. That's the thing we're talking about, the corruption. Then I saw policemen stopping some people. As soon as they give them $5, like somebody talk about incentives. We actually need to give incentive to the workers, because if the policeman is well paid, he will not take bribe on the street.
Yes,
you see?
Yes.
Liberia is our home. I agree. To be frank, I was there. The improvement. Look at right now. My children all got cell phones. During Charlie's time, the monopoly was too much. Only Lone Star was running. But this government, you work with your incentive, with your ability to work, you will have made communication very free up, and press freedom. You can criticize people now in Liberia. They can criticize. They go on radio and talk freely without no molestation. I like that, but you need to improve actually. You have done well because I was surprised when I went Broad Street. I look at Broad Street, Callaway roads, and people have done more than the previous governments. But the corruption here, people talk about, you need to improve it because, like for instance, again, what you're doing with the armed robbery business because it's still going on in Liberia, and people go without impunity. Like the last time, they went to my friend's house on the old road. There is my road. Armed men went to the house, beat them for cell phone business. Arming, nothing with the government on board. You see? So, I want you to throw like why you're doing towards this armed robbery die too much. The guns stay in the guy's hand.
You know, you are right, and I thank you for the commendation. And maybe if more and more people start to come home every now and then, sometimes you gotta see it to believe it. You know, when we're talking, they say, "Oh, that man has a job. Government paying, don't praise the government." Why you think you would say anything bad? But thank God somebody like you came, you saw, and you gone back. You're right. We need to continue to do more. Take for instance that Cowell rule. You know, people will overlook things. The other day I was going to my mom's grave to clean up the grave. I passed through Logan Town, connected. I passed just before the Cowell Bridge, across. I passed all the way. I never saw Douala Market. I came all the way outside, past by Coca-Cola factory. I continue going.
You're not calling me.
I avoided.
For the line. You got to hold for your time, please. Go ahead, Minister. Sorry for that.
Take at least 5. Then I passed and I was gone. You going this time today? Some of the health workers are striking for additional pay. They want more people on the payroll. I went to meet them to Dupo Road Clinic. I came straight from Ganaze. Sir, I was coming from Ganaze. I passed through Mizo. I came outside Abapa Relay. Then Rabba Coca-Cola factory. I took the other Kota Road. I came to connect to Dupo Road through the Benson Clinic. Gentlemen, ladies and gentlemen, a lot happening in our country to change the face. Now, while we are dealing with infrastructure, look at the Basel Road. I'm going to put on the MICA website the photo of the bridge. Do you know that the bridge that the people pass on, just before they could finish constructing that bridge, the bridge that was being used, the Mecklin Bridge, actually collapsed. Thank God nobody was on that bridge to die. Now we have a highway that connects Basel with any highway. We are thinking now, how do we create special economic zones that takes advantage of the presence of a port in Buchanan to invite, like we used to, it's a much improved version of what they call free zone, to do manufacturing and all of it quickly with basic incentives and less tax restriction in that Buchanan area to improve economic activities along that coast. What can we do? That is what the NRC is now studying. They presented to the cabinet a proposal for the creation of a special economic zone. We are looking at that. Light poles are running now through Nimba, connecting 18,000 that never knew what they called lead before. The power has come through Cote d'Ivoire. As we increase our generation of power as well, we are going to sell excess power to Sierra Leone, to Guinea, and to Cote d'Ivoire. That's what the whole West Africa Power Pool project is about. A lot is happening in our country. Now, armed robbery. 2 things we are trying to do. One of the first things was, you know, the motorcycle is helping people greatly in terms of moving around. The capital city is packed. Motorcycles have been helping greatly. But the security people found out that motorcycle was one easy way that people are using to move at night, to go arm rob and harass people. So they say, all right, motorcycle, you stay on until 10 o'clock. 10 o'clock, no motorcycle in the street.
Some people recommended after about 3-4 months, our robbery Benin went down small. Supposed to recommend again, oh, you know what? We need a motorcycle, night left, the night economy, people need to move, and now I think, blah, blah. So at least they move it, I think, up to 12 o'clock. But then you have additional patrols. The academy is releasing, I said it earlier today, college graduates have been encouraged to go straight into the police to get a higher rank. We're trying to find ways to give the police special increment, special pay. But another thing we're trying to do is to give them badges. That is one of the things that you've been surprised that simple thing a badge was missing. Now that officer who took your license, if he had on a badge with a number, that would be so easy with cell phone availability. You could text to the hotline of the police, the man who are asking for the bribe or the agent, and that man will be there. But because nothing there, you even know the man need, he will not give you a need. All he wanted was for you to give him money. And this is the kind of thing we need to stop. Another measure we are taking is to say, look, all the fees and services, they will say driver license to get it, that $1. We'll put it on the Ministry of Transport due or the police station due. The driver license fee is only $1. Pay nothing more, pay nothing less. Because one of the complaints we're getting, because we haven't published these rates, when people go to get ID card or passport or this, one man can go get it for $1, the other man go get it for $50. Then they give you $10 receipt. You pay $50, they give you $10 receipt. We are trying to make sure we publish the fare at home and abroad, so everybody knows. We put it on all the government offices do. If we say to register a newspaper at $10, you come here, pay nothing more than $10. Then if anybody asks you for 20, you say, but on the do that, you say $10. Why am I pay 20 to you? Because for the man to receive bribe, I mean, somebody got to give it to him. And we are asking people, don't give people bribe. We didn't reject that other bribery report. We welcome it. We say it's troubling for the country, and we all need to make sure we wrap our hands. If you don't get bribe, even the man asks you for it, if you don't get it, you will not get it. So let all us say, will not give bribe. No to bribery. It's a campaign that we are on now. And we want all here to help us.
Thank you, Minister Brown. Minister Brown, we're going to take the next one. Korat, you already gave your recommendation. Right. Do you want to give a recommendation, or we're going to take the next one because it's almost 12 o'clock in Liberia?
Yeah, because we have a lot of people, so take the next one.
Thank you for being.
Thank you very much.
Go ahead, Korat 6593. Your name and where you calling from?
Yeah, I'm Eugene Sharif, calling from New Jersey. LB, my brother, how you doing?
I'm good, Eugene. How are you?
Yeah, fine.
How's the family?
Yeah, fine. All right. According to us, I mean, your expose is like government is just continuity, and you are really giving a good supporting arm of this government. So this government, I like that.
Thank you.
Yeah. My concern has to do with the revenue authority that has to do with Liberia, because they are talking about detaching the revenue authority from that of Ministry of Finance. And since then, I think they are already trying to organize it, and if I'm right, that they are already sent that bill to the both houses for concussion. Mm-hmm. So I don't really know how far that bill has reached. Are you in a position right now at least to give some clarity on that? 1, 2. My concern, the second one has to do with the letter that was sent by the former President Charles Taylor that has to do with some benefit of the former President Taylor. So those two concerns, I want you to amicably at least address yourself to that a little bit. Then if you, the information minister, so you have to at least give us some information on that. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. On the issue of the revenue, yes, a bill
has been submitted to make, just like the IRS, to make revenue autonomous. Okay, we believe that if we can create an autonomous revenue service similar to the IRS, it will help us in the revenue generation department. So, frankly, I don't know at the moment, but I can find that out and do my best to make that information available. Where that bill is, I'm not sure it has been passed. I'm not sure the legislature has finally passed it, but I can verify that and let you know later. On the issue of the benefits to former President Taylor and, of course, to former government officials, somebody raised that point earlier about the fact that we need to make sure we provide benefits, emoluments, and other things to which individuals are entitled to them. Because at the end of the day, if we don't do these things, then we don't feel justified ourselves getting there as well. So, and then if we don't make retirement out of active service in the public service or retirement from public service attractive enough, it will be difficult fighting corruption. I want to put it in that context. So, I know that there are considerations for passing. One of the things I found out jokingly, many former legislators have had to deal with the matter of retirement or for former government officials. Usually people don't handle it until they themselves find themselves in retirement. Then they start telling the guy who they say, my man, you're already passed something for all who pass it. But when you're there, then you don't do it yourself. Then when you leave now, then you say somebody must go do it. But no, we are looking at all of these, and that's why the Social Security, NASCOP, and others, I think the late Senator Whitfield had put that matter on the floor. It was about to be discussed when he died. I will find out from the legislature where we are on it and then give you additional information. But I think it is extremely important that we don't be individual specific. Oh, it's for this person, it's for that person. Let us make public service attractive so that first we bring people to it, and secondly, we are able to enforce standards. One of the things I think we need to do also in the public service is to pass a national code of conduct, which is before the legislature for their consideration. And we all need to put that pressure. So when we pass it, we make public service attractive. We have a code that guides our action. We are able to enforce the code, and we're able to make retirement attractive. So that you don't have to steal because you worry about how your children will survive, how you yourself will survive when you leave the office. But if you do well, when you finally retire from public service, there will be a benefit commensurate to keep your standard of living, to keep you looking dignified in the community. So other children growing up can say, that man a former this, former legislator, former chief justice, former president. Oh, then myself will try to be as well. So one day, when I'm former, I can live like this as well.
Thank you, Minister Brown. Minister Brown, we're going to take the next one. The next one is going to come from 8953. Your name and where you call it from. Caller, are you there? Are you with us? Your last number is 8953. Okay, this person wants to listen. There are a lot of people on the line, so we're not going to waste time. Let's go to the next one. The next one is 7976. Your name and where you calling from.
My name is
Yes.
I'm calling from North Carolina.
It's a pleasure to have you on tonight.
Yeah, Louis. Me.
Yes, sir. Hey.
This flow, I heard a lot of people talking about this corruption and what have you. The corruption, as we all know, we can't only fight for the government level. It started from childhood. In America, what I see, what happened, the people system good here is they started from the kindergarten level. As they go into the school, they follow the system. The school system is good. There's no corruption. Everybody follow the rule, no matter who you are, no matter you are president's son or senator's son, everybody abide by the rule. And the system is like, you know, it's hard for you to bypass the system. The corruption starts from the beginning, from the child before it reaches. If the parents in the home, they are not honest to one another, they go to public service, they're going to do the same thing. What I'm saying is, for example, when I was in Liberia before coming here, when the OMB came, they started training the police, the first batch police. When they came from police academy, they deployed them in the street. They were wearing over khaki, and what they thought then that's the one they started putting into practice. The public begin to mock at them. Oh, look at these people! They behave like Jesus Christ. And those guys, they were in the street, putting into place, making sure the traffic people follow the rules. Then they started mocking at the people. The old police people that were there, they decided to say, oh, look at these people. They want like Jesus Christ. You know, they polluted the people, man. Like example, there's no parliament in Liberia now. There's no lawman in Liberia. I'm lawman speaking this. There's no parliament in Liberia. There's no lawman in Liberia. Everybody, not stupid, everybody are open. That's what they say. When you're honest in Liberia, when you're very honest in Liberia, humble, you are the most stupidest person on earth. That's the situation we find ourselves. As a result, I don't care what happens. We can have good people in our society trying to contribute towards society. We will say everybody the same. See, I was doing piece of job for somebody in Liberia. The guy was the old man was here struggling, sending me the money, doing the work. I used to work from Liberia to Capital Bypass. People used to say, I'm so stupid. And this guy sent me a money that apparently they estimated the guys that were doing the work, they overestimated the project, and they sent me money and some money left over. When I went to report that money, people took me to be the stupid man on earth. Why you gotta call the man? You tell the man that some money left over. What kind of stupid man? Can you imagine? I went to Senator Koto office, Senator Kekula Koto office. People almost beat me in the office. Why I got to call the man to tell the man about some money left over? What can I do with the money? There's a problem we face. Churches, marketplaces, everywhere corruption. We don't like to follow system. Like example, local foreign ministry. Just last year, I came in Liberia. I wanted to change my passport. You say my passport. When I was traveling back to Liberia, it was a little bit difficult I faced to the airport because my passport couldn't go through the system. They warned me that when I go, I should change my passport. So when I went to Liberia, I put in for passport. The system have changed all around again. They gone back to the old system. When Mary Bro was there, no third party system. You go, you pay your passport, you get your passport, and people complaining here, oh, the woman this, the woman this. Why can't we learn from the other people? Besides that, good things are happening in Liberia. I visited Liberia last year. I even went to a tour. I wanted to see. I couldn't get you. Easter ago, they say you're out. I wanted to see a deputy Patrick Wazir. I couldn't get him. I called him 2 times. I couldn't get him. So, everybody busy. I really commend the government. You guys are doing well because while I left Liberia before coming here, I saw a different thing. People talking a lot of things. When you go on Facebook, you go on the internet, they say a lot of things. As he said, if you don't want to contribute towards the society, just sit down and close your mouth. But can't the country first. If the country is bad, we are going to make it better. We got to work together and make it better. We got to work together and make it better. Nobody going to do it. Look at the Ghanaian. I always say to people, look at the Ghanaian. those dirty police stand in line to buy bathing soap, eating salt, but still they will say, we the best, we the Ghanaian, we are the best. They didn't go on the west side to be saying West thing about Liberia. If you say West thing about Liberia, you're not going to hurt President Ellen Johnson Sirleaf. The woman almost to the point of retiring. So she's going to leave the country behind. And we are the one that for the children's future.
Yeah.
The corruption, we got to fight at the school level, churches. There are so many churches that because of the corruption, we don't want accountability. Everybody, when pastor in the church, there's no information dissemination among the church member. Only the pastor, the head pastor, may be responsible for everything, financing, what have you, project, everything must circle around one person. It's not good in the system. That's why we got to work to make it better. Government level, government has some fault too, and I saw a lot of things that are going on that is not really. Actually, when you talk about police, I reported a case to police, and that day, and they gave a lot of excuses, and I felt bad.
Could you condense your question, your comment, please? We got to take the last one. The minister has to go.
Okay, my question is, I want to know if private security in Liberia have authority to intimidate anybody. What I'm saying is I have problem with recognized security chief, and I ran for my life, and they almost mugged me to Susan Berry, where they have their headquarters, just private offense. He offended me in the private. So I reported the case to police, and that day they told me, because President was to SKD, they have graduation programs, so they base it, and they didn't do anything about it. Actually, if I had my own way that night, I was not going to city in Liberia. I want to come back in the U.S. because it hurt me a lot. Somebody, a private security owner, intimidated me, and he almost killed the people, and he came from behind Commune, and ran on the road, and the traffic was so slow, ran on the road, he almost cleared the people. And I was driving a Jeep. So because I didn't get any way, that was the problem. He ran to his office. He ordered his boys to come and beat me. So when I saw the group coming with baton all over red beret, people told me to run, and I ran. So when I explained to the police, they didn't do anything about it. Those are the things I'm talking about. We need to make improvements. Okay. So I want to know if private security have authority to molest and intimidate a citizen.
No, obviously no. But I want to apologize for that. And you say you tried to reach me several times. Look, we got so many things to do. Sometimes we are out of the office longer than we anticipate. I'm very sorry for that terrible experience you had. But one of the things that the Justice Ministry is doing now is regularizing, because after the war, one of the things that people were doing, everybody was just opening the little gas service, the little private security, and people still had this attitude that everybody got power, and everybody's supposed to do this, and you know who I am. But everything is simmering down now, because the rule of law is on everybody's side, and like you said, everybody has a right now in this country to say what they want to say and do what they want to do. Other thing is do it within the ambit of the law and do it with respect for the rights of other people. The play your rights begin, that they play the other man's right end. They play your right end, I play the other man's right begin. So you cannot, in traffic, go. In fact, there was a recent situation where a lawmaker and somebody came from I don't know where you were coming from, or the person was going to, and then suddenly when you local, the story was the person beat a man, and the person beat. There's no place for that kind of thing in the society anymore. Lawmaker, president's son, minister, president, no place in our society for anybody to attempt to take the law into their own hands. If you feel aggrieved, your best bet, You can always dial 911. You call the police and say, the other person did so to me. Please go find them and find out what happened. Fortunately, that matter has been resolved between the lawmaker and the person happened to have been a musical star. We hope that those kind of things don't repeat themselves again. Okay? But the fact of the matter is, again, I will say this. We look like we're 166-year-old, but the truth is we are just 5-year-old. And many of the things we are learning all over. People started thinking, for instance, when you become a lawmaker, you have a right to send people to jail. I remember we went to Grand Gide for this consultation on Vision 2030. Some of the things got and say, my president, you're doing well, but you undermine the country. Say, why am I not doing it? Say, you know, one of the power we have, we can send people to jail. You take all that power. You say, we can't send people to jail. Now the people, they lazy in our town. When we say go pay the road, they say they pay their tax and I have to pay the road, and we can't send them to jail. So what do we do? We tell our children to go to school. If children don't go to school, you say we're not sending them to jail. What do we do? These are part of the difficulties. It's like starting all over. It's a new orientation. You know, sometimes you go to school for the first time. Even you, I'm sure when I arrived in America, it was a whole new way of doing things, a new orientation. It took some time for people to see. Somebody got a joke on the late John Bear. They say we are driving along this expressway, 4 lanes going one side. Then he decided to make a U-turn on the road and started going and see over there and say, kill the rest of the carry the police station. That was a joke. I don't believe it really happened. Then they asked him to say, well, how come? Why you learn to drive? Are you driving in the opposite direction? He said, what? You say that opposite direction? He said, what are you talking? You get 4 lanes going one direction, then you say that opposite. So 2 going so 2 coming so. You ain't get it that way. All 4 cars are going to go one way. They say yeah, only one way going there. There. No, yeah, one way get 4 lanes. These are it's a whole orientation. What is going on in our country? It's a mindset. It's rethinking the way we have done things in our country. Rethinking the power structure. You know, when the chief get up, and that thing was important to the chief. And he asked a man and he said, and I want to say, the other chief said, yeah, that's what we say. Can you imagine the chiefs are saying they will have the right to send anybody to jail arbitrarily? If they say go Pharaoh, you say I'm a judge of Pharaoh, they will say they will collect all of you in the town to send you to jail. If you chase the other man, woman, they will just collect you, just put you inside. Or the chief say you be on my way, you get a right to just. When you say no, that person has rights. They say you take all the power from the chief. You bring too much red business inside the country. So it's a learning process that the whole country is in. What do we have? What are we entitled to? That man, it's good. You ran, you know, to at least take safety for yourself. But I would have asked you to report it so that man can learn. Because anything we're doing, we got to make sure people learn the right things. If I violate the traffic, it's not his place to go take people with batons to come and chase any citizen. You cannot do that in this Liberia anymore. You must never be permitted to do it and get away with it. Because if you do it with one man and nothing happens, you will think you can do it to somebody else. That is the kind of attitude we need to have. When you run away, you're supposed to find somebody. If you report to one police and nobody do it, find somebody else. Excuse me. Keep reporting until somebody is able to do something about it. This way, not only do we save your life, but we stop that man from that kind of attitude. Because we're changing roads, we're rebuilding schools, we're rebuilding hospitals, we're rebuilding clinics. But the thing we need to rebuild the most is the mindset of the people. That we are in a new dispensation. The way we did business before has to change. We can't govern the same way anymore. The same way led us to war. And the true revolution is changing minds, not necessarily changing streets.
Minister Brown, we have not taken any test question. We are going to have to take one from this person. This is Sarah Malva. We have about 10 test questions tonight, but we're going to just take one. This has to do with, Sarah wants to know, if you were asked by a man called Robert Sully, come before 2017 to give you your candid opinion about his intent to run for the presidency, what would that be, that opinion?
I first of all, I really believe, honestly, truthfully, that all Liberians who believe themselves to be qualified should be given an opportunity to meet the people and let the people judge and let the people decide. I think Mr. Sully, Mr. Villa, Mr. Halawanga, Mr. Whoever. This has to be the beauty of our country. That whoever feels they have the capacity to offer, and we must judge people on the quality of their ideas. What can you do for our country as opposed to what can you give me to vote for you? What can you do for our country? I need us to examine the ideas of our people. This is where the country is. This is what you are inheriting. Are you going to reverse the freedom that this country is now enjoying? Are you going to improve upon the freedom this country is now enjoying? Are you going to reverse the infrastructure that this country is developing? Are you going to lay down public policy and programs that take us back as opposed to taking us forward? How are you going to continue this fight against corruption? Because this fight against corruption did not begin with President Salif and must not end with President Salif. How are you going to address national healing? It has to be an ongoing process. How are you going to address some of these fundamental questions? Decentralization. Once we are able to find that this person has clear thoughts about how they can contribute to the country, for me, it shouldn't matter if your name is Brown or Salif or Wimoga. What must matter is what will you add? What value can you add to our country? And if we judge each other who put ourselves up for public office on the basis of what we can add to our country, we will make a wonderful choice. I'm afraid, though, that the way we have judged each other in the past has been about who can give me something, who can dig toilet in my community. The best toilet digger does not necessarily amount to the best lawmaker. And so if we say that man need to go to the house because that man built 4 latrines in my community. He's not going to the Capitol building to dig toilet. He's going to the Capitol building to make law. That he dug toilet may be a good contribution to the community, but it doesn't qualify him to be a good lawmaker. So if we begin to judge each other on the values of their ideas and the inputs they can make to the country to move us forward, because I said we are just really 5 years old, we got to keep moving forward to catch up with our age. When some people hear that we are 166 years old, I'm sure they can feel embarrassed. Your country 166, I think just 70-something years older than younger than America. So what we need to improve is the human quality element. If somebody can say to me, I don't care if your name is a surname, the name is just the form of identification. I don't care if you are a man or a woman. We just should focus on how can this person add value to move our country forward, to enable all of us to reach ladders deeper and deeper to those who are at the very bottom of this pit, so that they can also have an opportunity to climb up, to give people hopes that their dreams can come true, to let people believe that I can dream big dreams as well, and the dreams can come true. That is the kind of society. To show that our society can be a little bit more tolerant. That we can love each other and yet be critical of what we do. That we can love our country and yet be critical of each other. And challenge each other to be honest. And challenge each other to be truthful. If we can find the quality in that person, it shouldn't matter if they need Sirleaf or Brown or Wimoga or Taylor or this. It must be that we have entrusted to somebody the care of our country and the lives of our children.
So, Minister Brown, the question here is, I know you partly answer it, is like, because Sarah is going to re-listen to this program tonight when she comes home. She's at work. The question is that, what would be your honest response to him?
That would be my response.
Well,
I will ask Mr. Sirleaf. Mr. Sirleaf, can you add value? How can you persuade me that, in fact, you can add value to where this country is? How can you persuade me that you are a leader? That you shouldn't want it because somebody say you must want it. Nobody should want to be president in our country because some people think that this person can be president. No. The person should want it. And the person should say, it is because I help the country achieve this. I want somebody to show me they understand where the country is. First of all, where the country has come from, where it is, and where it is going. Where have our people agreed that they want to carry this country in the next 30 years? What can you add? How can you add that? If it's only because, my man, some men don't want me to be president, so my man, I need your help, that's not going to cut it for me. I want strong ideas. I want us to, and I hope our country will grow to the point where we permit our leaders to put their ideas on the table and will judge people not on the quality of their means, but on the quality of their ideas. And the exemplary leadership quality they begin to show. That would be my honest response.
Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, we have come to the end of this program. Mr. Brown, before we let you go, we'll ask you for your closing statement, and then we'll take it from on our end for the closing statement from our end too.
I want to thank you. I think you are doing a very good job. These kinds of interactions, I believe, go a long way. I took a very long time tonight. I'm sorry for those of you who I kept on very long with very long explanations. But I know I defaulted, I think, a week ago when I promised I would come on because of the 26th celebration and everything else. I couldn't make it. So I thought if I can compensate for it by this very lengthy interchange with you. But I always enjoy these opportunities because it gives us a chance to appreciate each other more. And I think we need to do it more. So I thank you for it. I hope I can visit Minnesota soon. I understand the Minister of Finance was just there. I hope I can visit Minnesota soon. I hope it can be a protest visit, but that we can sit down in a town hall fashion. We can interact with more Liberians because you continue to influence the politics at home. And because you are in a more enlightened environment, we can borrow a lot from your contributions and your ideas as to how we can make things better here at home. And let me just say this piece. Let me close on this note. Some of us were not born with government jobs as our missions in life. But we happen in moments in time to occupy this space. We're hoping we can do well so that you can feel encouraged someday to occupy it as well. And so we look forward to continuously engaging with you. I want to come out there. I want to interact with more Liberians in the diaspora. It's not to praise the government. President Sirleaf didn't ask me to be a praise singer. She asked me to be an honest critic, to say what my true feelings are and what my true knowledge is, and to give her honest feedbacks. So after this, I'm going to say to her sometime next year and say, I had a lengthy conversation. People were concerned about this. And even though these were some of my answers, but it still is necessary for us to do it. Some of the suggestions you are giving, I'm going to take it to the next cabinet meeting. Somebody talked about social protection programs. We had a presentation recently that talked about how can we help. There's a social protection program that's ongoing in Bomi. It's now been extended to Maryland because those two counties were said to be amongst the most food insecure counties in the country. And so there was a social cash transfer program that has been going on there. I think it has helped to do well for a lot of ordinary Liberians who are now finding opportunities that they didn't have before.
So, ladies and gentlemen, before the minister just Cook gave his closing statement, he just stepped out. So let's give him at least a minute. I know he's going to come back because we have been here for almost 4 hours and some more minutes. So let's give him a few more minutes. Then he come back and finish his time with us tonight. You know, he's surely going to come back. But please bear with us that tomorrow, the Liberia Destiny Debaters will be bringing you the acting Minister of Public Works, Minister Victor Smith, at 5 Eastern, 4 Central Time. Minister Brown, while we are with Minister Brown, we will open a line here to see if we can invite this caller. He's been on this line for long, but he has not come out to say anything. Caller 8953. How are you, caller? This caller is just a listener, I guess. So we're going to keep you in our queue and hope to wait for the minister. If he doesn't come out in the next 5 minutes, it means that we will just let you guys know from our end. So let's go to caller 5158. That's Cecilia. What do you think of Minister Brown? He has spent 4 hours and some more time meeting with us tonight to make up for his two times that he was to come on the show and he did not.
Well, he did a very good job tonight, and by him telling us how much money he makes and so forth, I think I really respect that. And because he's giving the public the whole, whatever that is happening in Liberia, I was kind of a little bit disappointed about that $100,000 issue that was in the newspaper, but he gave his explanation, and I really respect him. You know, we just have to keep working on what's, going on in Liberia. You know, things are getting better. We're seeing improvement, and I think that we just need to keep this show going and other shows going for us to be able to engage our, government officials. So, but to be on this line for 4 hours, yes, and I think he has given us a very, detailed explanation about things that are going on in Liberia, and I really like when he do that for us. But I hope he comes back to give his closing statement. I know he was, but maybe he's out of minutes.
Yes, I think the minister is completely out of minutes because 4 hours of talking, that's a lot of minutes. That's a lot of time on Liberia there. I don't know how much it costs them, but he's the minister anyway. He can afford it. So let's give him a few more minutes and see if he comes back. So let's go to this caller here to see whether he can critique the minister tonight. Caller 4380. What do you think of Minister Brown?
Oh, okay. Well, I think the minister represented the country. I wouldn't say the government, but he tried to paint a more balanced picture on what's occurring in Liberia. When he talk about the mindset of the people, he's talking about the expectation, the perception. These are societal issues. It doesn't matter whether Salif is president or Weah was president. You will still have these same perception issues. You will still have the same expectation issues. So I think he did a very good job of, defining what the society as a whole, coming out of the Civil War, some of the challenges that our society is faced with. And I think it will bode well. I also want to thank you, the moderator, and those of you who have this program running. I think it's invaluable for us in the diaspora. It does a very good job of bringing, and this is where I think it differs from something like Front Page Africa that only has a printed version and people come in and comment, and there's not this give and take kind of experience, because it gives an opportunity for the government to provide its own responses to criticism, and I think this is where you're much better. You provide a valuable service to us in the diaspora, and I want to thank you personally for that. And we will keep engaging our government officials, and hopefully, we can help to make a better Liberia for tomorrow. Thank you.
And thank you too for being part of this show. We appreciate you being on all the time when we send you a text message. And Liberia Destiny Debaters will be taking membership sometime next month, so it's totally open to any and all Liberians. So you are welcome to be a member of Liberia Destiny Debaters if you wish to join us. It wouldn't think you have to disclose to us whether you are a member of a political party. If not, we will find that out. So again, Liberia Destiny Debaters will be taking membership next month after our website is put up. So we're going to keep you on the line, because I know the minister is not going to come on. So we're going to spend another 5 more minutes just asking people to critique the minister, and then from there we'll call it a quick tonight. So let's go to caller 1398. 1398.
Yeah, I already gave my ideas.
Yes, I am saying, how do you think of what?
Oh, okay, fine, thank you. Actually, I admire the minister for the courage he took to explain things to us, because people had different feelings, and I admire where he said people should read more, should not listen to one side of the media. I admire that, because actually sometimes some people just go against the government. They say all type of things, right? Especially right now, they have freedom of speech and freedom of press in that memo. People just go and do all type of things to tarnish their reputation. And I like the way he clarified about the money. Everybody was reading about that he took. The minister actually did well, and he took courage. And I like the time he put in, because the last time he was supposed to be online and he never showed up. I wish we can get him one more time, or other ministers will have the same. So I just admire him. He did well. He did well in explanation. He make us to know a lot of things that are happening in Liberia right now. Thank you.
Thank you for being part of the show tonight. Let's go to caller 1182. We're going to just take a few more callers here, and then we'll call it a quick tonight, because I'm for sure the minister is probably trying to sleep right now. Caller 1182, what do you think of Minister Brown? Okay, this caller has been with us for about 1 hour 30 minutes, and he or she has not said thanks. So let's skip that caller and go to caller 7976. The last number, 7976.
Yes, I'm there.
Yes, what do you think of Minister Brown?
Well, he did well. He did pretty well, at least to keep us informed about what happened in Liberia, also to come clarify some of the issues that they're talking, especially on Front Page Africa. I decided not to even go to that website, because if I think about it, it will raise my pressure up, because, it creates problems in the country, embarrass the country, not the president, the whole Liberia, and not only the government. Embarrass us as Liberians here, because those are the things that is going internationally. Everybody's seeing it. It's so embarrassing. So I thank God for him to come and spend more hours talking to us, and I hope next time he will come by again and to explain some of the things that are happening, and also hope that those things that he promised, that he will create a website for us to go and independent media that will help us to send us some video program that we will go on our website and see what's happening and the reality that's happening on the ground and see positive and negative side. So I appreciate it.
Thank you very much. Let's take the next one. We're going to take a few more. Let's go to caller 6593.
Yeah, well, the only thing I have to say is that the minister did well. Minister Brown, he's an old hand in the business. He served as information minister before during Chancellor days, and I mean, he knows the dialectics. He knows how to put things forth. So clarity that he made as it relates to salary structure and even the alleged investment that he did, how many million that he invested from the Liberian government or that from information ministry, I think that have been clear. So I think he did well, even though he did not come to our show for the first time, but this time around he came and he did his best. So he did good. Thank you.
Let's take the next one. The next one is 9084. What do you think of Minister Brown?
Yeah, thank you very much for calling me back. And I really appreciate the minister tonight, on his deliberation. And I was so impressed when he talked about his salary and everything, his allowance every month. I mean, that shows actually how transparent, he is. We don't know about the overall government, or a lot of people in the government. But actually, I really appreciate what he said and some of the things he talked about. But I know for sure the perception that you were talking about, there's a preconceived knowledge in every human being. The Liberian population, we still have, looking at the war, from the 14 years Civil War, it took our educational system backward. So to really educate the Liberian population, it would take time. And people still have that perception of people being corrupt, especially when they are driving around in flamboyant cars and other government property. People always have that perception. But it's something that can be addressed. On the upfront, we in the diaspora, actually, as I was saying, in my question, where do we get our information from? We go, we make our own research, we read from the international papers in Liberia. We read from the international papers and other informative websites to get our information. So, and some of the things people always say, they say, if you get in a town, whatever music or song you hear in the kid's mouth, that's why that is actually on Star that day. So if you hear something coming out like that, there should be a little fact or truth in it. We will not just say, oh, well, that is why somebody said they hear, say they say. People will take it into consideration until they, in the government or as a minister of information, come forward and say, well, this thing is like this, it's like that, it's not true, this and that, or going to work asking that person that make a statement in the paper or on the website to rebuke it. Until we can see that from this end, then we will know that actually what was said previously was not true. But I really appreciate his deliberation almost on everything tonight, and I hope the progress he's talking about right now, we are progressing. We are going back no more, and I just hoping that continue. With the reconstruction, especially in my county, I'm so concerned about my county, Lofa County. I don't know what they're doing with our roads, man. They talk about all the other counties, but I never hear Lofa. I mean, it concerns me. So I hope the minister will they will go forward to really do something about it, because it's one of the breadwinner counties in Liberia. So I thank you very much, Mr. Moderator, for this program. And since I've been started attending the program, it's almost we're going to 2 months or something now, but I'm always frequent on the program because I really like to get information about my country. So thank you very much for awarding all this opportunity.
It's always a pleasure to have you on too. And ladies and gentlemen, you can listen to Liberia Destiny Debate at any time. If you want to listen to a repeat of this program, just call 805-399-1099. Again, the number is 805-399-1099. And the access code is the same access code you use to come to the program. That will take you straight to the program, and you will listen to the entire program. And we're going to take the next one. That will be probably the last one for the night. Let's go to caller 57508. Caller 7508, what do you think of Minister Brown? Is that Hadawanga? Mr. Hadawanga?
Yeah.
What do you think of the Honorable Minister? He spent 4 hours and some more minutes with us.
Well, the same way other people have spoken. Mr. Brown is not just. I didn't just start knowing him now. I worked with him personally before. Not because I work with him, but he's a kind of man with action. And besides that, I work with him. I live in Ghana, but I never really knew him. I got to know Mr. Brown through his wife. And when I was in government, because I started working in government when I was small, in the 80s, I went to National Police Academy. I began working with SIS during those times. And what I saw after the government collapsed, and I saw officials of government, how things were looking. You know, and during the government, Mr. Brown was one of those who were not that kind of, may I say, flamboyant type. He was not confrontational with anybody. Like, you know, like to say, go arrest the other person. So now when you insult you, say, oh, you're not go, man. You know, and people used to come around, and that's the way human beings should behave, and that's the way we should add it when we are in position. So I'm not surprised at all. Do his deliberation, I think you can see him laughing. He's a man, kind of man who let it laugh. Very hard to get vexed. And so I let him push on. I let his style of leadership. And because other people, when they presume leadership, they feel that nobody else will get it. And when they are there, they feel that because when you lead leadership, they say, well, they can't even go home. For example, you become assistant minister, you can't even go back to your own area because you are not being able to communicate with your brother and friends around. So, but he has been a very good leader. So I hope you.
The little game they're talking about.
Hello.
People can come from all walks of life. People came from Green Bay, where I was.
Somebody talking, man. Hello.
People came from Minnesota, came from Maryland.
Hello.
Sorry. Yes, go ahead. Sorry for that interruption.
Yeah. So, the rest of my kids, he has been a very good leader and very cooperative. When you work with him, you know that he's a boss. I mean, he joke with everybody. So that's how people are supposed to be. That's how I want for everybody to be. I hope everybody will be as he is.
Thank you. And ladies and gentlemen, is there anyone who would like to get a replay number for Liberia Destiny Debaters? I can give it to you once more. And that number is 805-399-1099. And then the access code is the same access code that you use to come to the program. Ladies and gentlemen, it was epic and informative. Liberia Destiny Debaters, again, on the program notes, will bring you Acting Public Works Minister, Peter Slave, tomorrow at 5 Eastern, 4 Central Time. And it was epic and informative, and having all of you on and being a great contributor to this program. Yes, a contributor, also consider every one of you as a member of Liberia Destiny Debaters. Again, I wish you a good luck, and see you tomorrow at the same time. Bye-bye.
Kanana pata kita. Il est là, c'est